Chapter 1, My Little Wormling. Chapter text. Izuku Midoriya was not a good kid. It's not that he didn't want to be, it was just hard. Since his birth, little bony protrusions poked out of his messy green hair right above his eyes. A small green ridge grew out of the back of his neck and his canines were sharper than most kids. It wasn't until Izuku turned 4 that the power behind those mutations began to eagerly let itself be known. This wasn't surprising for the son of the number 6 hero. The bronze dragon hero, Stormclaw. Hisashi Midoriya had gone through a similar process. Hisashi lived a happy life. He had graduated from UA and quickly risen through the ranks once he went independent. He met his lovely wife, Inko, at a hero gala near Mizudafu. She was halfway through college, working part-time for the catering company at the event. The kind-hearted woman caught his eye and he was immediately intrigued, but what really made him take notice was when he dropped his wine glass. Before the glass could spill over his expensive suit, she had quickly yanked it away from him with her quirk. The wine had, of course, then spilled all over her. Feeling guilty, he helped clean up the mess. They got to talking and, as they say, the rest was history. It was only a few years later when they married, and a few more after that when they had their son, Izuku. He was a perfectly happy boy and grew up well. Inko was careful to make sure that her son was well socialized. She had attended many hero events with her husband over the years and noticed that, much to her dismay, many children of hero families were socially stunted. She made a concerted effort to organize play dates with her son and other kids his age. Some from hero families, but Inko also kept in touch with her friends from high school. Thanks to her efforts, Izuku was a friendly and charming young boy, with an award-winning smile. It wasn't until a little later that Inko started noticing something was off with her son. 2 months after his 4th birthday was the first time she caught Izuku manipulating her. It wasn't anything drastic. He had just convinced her to stop for ice cream after she had firmly told him no. She didn't think much of it at the time, but looking back, it was a warning sign. Izuku had never been an argumentative child. In fact, it was the opposite. Izuku was a sweet boy, always eager to please and happy to just be alive. He was a quiet and emotional child, taking after his mother in that regard. He pouted a little when she put him to bed sometimes, as all toddlers do, but he had never won before. As time went on, it kept happening. Izuku kept getting his way. It was subtle, sinister even, but it seemed to be harmless, so Inko didn't worry too much about it. Then things got weirder. Inko watched her son play with the other children and, over time, noticed that he was acting strange. At first, it just seemed that he was a little more intelligent than the other children, but that wasn't it. The Ida boy seemed to be just as quick-witted as her child, but there was a difference. Izuku seemed to be more cunning. The child found loopholes in most of the games they played and was able to talk his way into getting what he wanted almost all the time. More than once, Inko caught Izuku outright lying to the other children. Now, most children lied, of course, but usually they were fairly innocent. White lies, like claiming they brushed their teeth even though you know better. Izuku's lies were complex. They were disturbingly well put together for a 4-year-old, having enough truth to be believable, and told with no doubt in the boy's voice. Inko listened to him tell the same lie in slightly different ways to different kids, each playing off their particular personality. Inko wasn't exactly sure how to react. Her baby was intelligent, that was clear, but it was so out of character for him. The lies seemed to come naturally to Izuku. On the ride home, Inko asked him about it. "Why did you lie to the other children, Izuku?" Izuku sat there for a moment, thinking. He always put his hand to his chin when he was deep in thought, and sometimes muttered under his breath like he was doing now. She couldn't hear what exactly he was saying over the noise around them, but she could tell he was thinking a mile a minute. "I don't know," was the answer he settled on. That was not what Inko was expecting to hear. "What do you mean?" She wasn't letting him off the hook that easily. "I just did it. I didn't think about it, it just happened. I won in the end though, right? So, it's okay," Izuku said, not realizing the disturbing implications of his words. "No, it's not okay." Izuku looked at her, confused by her statement. Are those other children your friends? Of course, Izuku said, no doubt in his voice, but confusion still on his face. They're all my friends. You shouldn't lie to your friends. Part of friendship is honesty and trust. Inko lectured him. If they found out you lied, it would hurt them. They would lose trust in you and they might not want to be your friends anymore. She didn't really believe she was having to explain this to a boy as smart as Izuku. The boy's eyes widened and then teared up slightly. I didn't mean to. I don't want to hurt my friends. I won't do it again, Mom. I promise. Inko gave her boy a consoling hug. I'm not mad at you, Izuku. I just want you to know that lying to a friend isn't a good thing to do. It's okay to make mistakes, as long as you learn from them. The boy nodded in her arms, and the rest of the ride home was uneventful. It was Hisashi who first identified what the issue was. At first, he was overjoyed when his son had inherited his quirk. He was one of the top heroes in the country, a titan of a man who had saved thousands of people. With his transformation quirk, he was a force to be reckoned with on land, in the skies, and in the seas. There was more than one person in Japan who thanked the powers that be that Stormclaw was a hero, and not a villain. Hisashi's quirk turned him into a Western dragon, a swimming, flying, lightning-breathing lizard from the storybooks. It didn't make sense to some people that a hero could have a quirk seemingly straight out of an old book, but this was a world where people grew firearms inside their arms and hands, so nobody really worried that much about it. Of course, Hisashi's quirk extended beyond pure physical transformation. The power running through his veins influenced his emotions and thoughts. Fortunately, his instincts, as he called them, mostly affected him in a positive way. Some of the ways were subtle, such as his love for beaches and oceans. It made sense to him he was amphibious in his dragon form, and it led him to focus on disasters and attacks in and around water. He had a strong sense of justice and a drive to personally stop any injustice he saw. From his earliest memories, he only ever wanted to be a hero. How could he not when his own quirk was driving him to pursue heroics? He sometimes mused to himself that he was fortunate to live in a hero society, or he might have wound up a vigilante. That isn't to say that every aspect of his quirk was beneficial. Unfortunately, he suffered from the same flaw that his father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and all his relatives that manifested an aspect of the dragon quirk all suffered from. Ever since the dragon quirk line began, the same issue always arose. They were greedy. This instinct wasn't just the desire to acquire wealth, but to accumulate it, to hoard it. It manifested in different ways for each of them, but it was always there. Most of them could be appeased by possessing moderate displays of physical wealth. They would buy gems and jewelry and keep them safe. For the most part, they managed to come off simply as eccentric, not greedy. His uncle had it the worst of anyone he had heard of in the family. He had manifested his quirk as a fearsome red dragon with fiery breath and ferocious arrogance. His lust for wealth was insatiable, and his hoard grew every day. As his wealth grew, he only became greedier. Eventually, his drive overcame his reason, and he resorted to villainy. The supervillain Terraflame had wreaked havoc across Japan for months before he was finally defeated by All Might 10 years ago. Once again, Hisashi was fortunate on that front. His draconic drive to hoard wealth was less intense than many of his predecessors and relatives. He indulged it, of course, it was the only way for him to stay sane. However, his rewards from the government for being a pro-hero were usually enough to satiate him. As long as he received something for his work, he was happy. For more reason than one, hero society was perfect for him. This isn't to say that he kept strictly to his government paycheck. Often when he had time off, he would go diving deep into the ocean in search of sunken ships and forgotten treasures. He would drag back what he found and arrange them in a sort of gallery under the surface of the bay outside his home. If someone were to scuba dive down there, they would be in for quite the dazzling display. His family home was modest for someone with the resources he had. It was by no means small, but with only his wife and son living there with him, they had no need of a mansion. The house was furnished well and had all the modern conveniences and technologies they could want, but it was much smaller than the home one might expect a top 10 hero to have. Sure, he had bought a sizable chunk of land to build the house on, and beachfront property at that, but he was by no means stretching himself thin. The biggest expense he had each month was the collection of rare books and historical artifacts that he kept in his vault downstairs. His penchant for collecting irritated his wife sometimes, but she was understanding. He was stingy when it came to most things, and he was a compulsive haggler, although he spared no expense in making sure his family was cared for. The income of a top 10 hero and modest expenses led to him owning a very healthy bank account. It wasn't the traditional dragon hoard of yore, but it worked for him. It allowed him to focus on what was truly important in his life, such as taking his son outside for a day on the beach. Hisashi had taken Izuku out onto the sands behind their home one lazy summer day when he had the day off. There was a slight breeze over the sea and the sun was shining bright. Izuku had been his biggest fan since the day he could say the word hero, and the boy couldn't have been more excited to have inherited his father's quirk. The child begged his father to train him and teach him every opportunity he got. Hisashi was a busy man, being a top 10 hero, but he made a special effort to be there for his family as often as he could. Izuku was basically vibrating with excitement as Inko helped him to put on his shoes so he could go outside. Izuku ran down the path outside his back door towards the beach. Standing there, smiling and waiting for him was his father. The tan-skinned man stood around 6 feet 4 inches and was packed with dense muscle. His bronze hair, messy like Izuku's, laid on his head, disturbed further by the two sharp, jet-black horns that stuck out on top of his head, pointing back and a little upwards. He had a small, green crest that descended down the back of his head and neck, and a slightly wider face, indicative of his facial fins when he transformed. His slitted, draconic eyes were a deep bronze and were filled with affection as he watched Izuku ran past him giggling, hoping to beat him to the water. They spent most of the morning strolling along the beach, looking at seashells and racing across the sands. However, one of Izuku's favorite things was to go on rides around the bay. Hisashi took off his shirt and transformed into a full bronze dragon. When fully draconic, he was a bit longer than 30 feet long from nose to tail tip, and the points of his horns stood about 20 feet from the ground. He was covered, of course, in heavy bronze scales, with stripes and spots of green scales scattered intermittently. His green and bronze ridge extended from the back of his head, down to the base of his neck, and then reappeared along the full length of his tail, the crest on his tail acting like a rudder while he was swimming. An armored plate with 3 small black horns flared off each side of his short snout, swept back to allow him to better glide through air and water. Izuku quickly scrambled up his father's tail, climbed between the 2 massive wings, up his ridge, and then perched himself on his head, between his 2 sets of horns. Hisashi swam around the bay, keeping his head above water as his son laughed and yelled the whole time. It was nearly lunchtime when they came back to land. Hisashi lowered his head and allowed Izuku to slide onto solid ground. The boy's grin was stretched wide across his face, but not as wide as it normally was. Hisashi could tell that he was thinking about something. He let the transformation end, quickly shrinking back to his normal size, but before he could pry, the boy spoke. "Dad, can you teach me how to make a claw?" Izuku had asked, wonder in his voice. Hisashi smiled at the boy. He pretended to think for a second before coyly responding. "You mean, like this?" His fingertips morphed into jet-black claws as his hand grew dull bronze scales for a moment before he let go of his transformation. The look on the boy's face was priceless. "Yeah!" Izuku yelled, jumping up and down. No matter how many times Izuku saw his dad's quirk, it was still one of the coolest things ever. Izuku got a look of determination in his big, green eyes. "I want to do that. Kaken keeps showing me new tricks with his quirk, and I want to show him something that I can do too." Hisashi smiled wider. He couldn't help it. His son's passion was infectious. "All right, but you have to promise me not to use it inside. Your mother will mount my head above the fireplace if you start tearing up her house." "I promise. I'll make you proud, Dad." Izuku jumped as he answered. Hisashi put one knee in the sand as he lowered himself closer to his son. "Do you feel that buzzing?" electric feeling below your skin? You have to find that feeling, grab it, and pull it out. His skin grew scales once more. Once you have it, you have to hold onto it for as long as you can. Hisashi let the scales fade away as he saw his little boy's brain start firing on all cylinders. The boy cupping his chin with his left hand. Does that make sense? I think so, Dad. I don't think it's buzzy, but I feel something, Izuku said, still thinking hard. Oh, Hisashi was intrigued. What does it feel like then? Sort of like water or something. It's all flowy and drippy, but at the same time it's all floaty and light. Is that what you meant? Izuku looked up hopefully. Really? Hisashi didn't even try to hide the curiosity in his voice. He didn't really expect Izuku to inherit a carbon copy of his quirk. His horns were different after all, but father can dream, can't he? He thought for a moment about how his son described the feeling. Izuku's vocabulary was limited, but Hisashi felt like he had a good idea of what his son meant. Drippy and flowy, Perhaps he's copper like his cousin. I'll have to ask her how it feels to her sometime. He brought himself out of his thoughts. That's probably it. Can you take hold of it? Grab it in your mind and in your body. Izuku closed his eyes, straining with the concentration. His right hand was held up in front of him. I think so. It's really hard, Dad, but I think I have it. Next you need to pull it out of you, Hisashi continued his explanation. Focus on your hand and arm, and pull it out, like you're flexing your big muscles for your mother. Would he truly be a father if he didn't take opportunities to embarrass his son? Izuku was too focused to react, unfortunately. His eyes had opened again, this time staring at his hand like he was trying to burn holes through it. Tears welled up in the corners of the boy's eyes as he strained. He grunted with effort before a small patch of scales appeared on his hands. Partially in surprise and partially due to the strain, he fell back onto the sand with a gasp. I did it, Dad. Izuku stared at his hand, tears of joy welling up in his green eyes. I can be a hero like you now. The transformation was too quick for him to get a good look at it, but Hisashi saw the scales. His son had his smile from his father in addition to his quirk, and that Midoriya grin beamed across Hisashi's face. I'm so proud of you, son, but we can't stop here. Izuku stopped crying and looked up with momentary confusion. You know the feeling now, let's see if you can't bring it out fully. Yes, sir. The boy sprung up off the sand with a wide grin and focused on his hand again. Hisashi was always impressed with the boundless energy kids seemed to have. This time it seemed to come easier to the boy. It took much less time for him to pull the energy out the second go-around. It happened slowly and then all at once. The scales formed on the back of his hand and spread out from there. Before long, his entire hand was covered in scales, and his fingertips had elongated into short, relatively blunt claws. Dad! Izuku was staring at his hand. The excitement had given way to pure awe. Hisashi could hear his son's voice cracking slightly. I did it, Dad. Tears were welling up again in the boy's eyes as he stared at his draconic hand. Hisashi was overjoyed at first. Seeing those scales spread out and the claws form made his heart swell proudly. Then he looked again. On his son's hand was not the yellowish scales tinged with green, but incredibly dark scales. Hisashi thought they were black at first, but the sunlight shone off them, exposing their true nature. Izuku's scales were green. At first, Hisashi tried to reason this away. He had green scales too. He was mostly bronze, but he had small stripes and markings of green across his scales. His ridge was mostly green, his eyes were green. This was nothing to worry about. The longer he stared at his son's hand, the more that flimsy reasoning fell away. There was no yellow or bronze to be seen. The scales weren't the lighter sea-green color that he had, but dark green. There was no questioning it. His son's scales were green. His son's quirk had manifested in the form of a green dragon. He hoped that he was wrong. Hisashi remembered his father's words. He was right about Hisashi, he was right about his niece, he was right about Terraflame, but perhaps he was wrong about his son. He quickly hid the doubt and small amount of fear on his face and let himself smile at his son's accomplishment. His son stared at his hand, turning it over and flexing his clawed fingers. After just a few more seconds, he started shaking with the strain, and then the transformation snapped away, quickly melting back into his normal hand. His son turned up to look at him with a dopey, sleepy look on his face. His one eye opened slightly more than the other. "How long was that, Dad?" Hisashi smiled widely, only having to force it a bit. "About 15 seconds, Izuku. That was longer than me the first time I did it." His son's eyes widened a bit before he yawned. "I'm sleepy, Dad." Izuku rubbed his eyes. Hisashi let out a small chuckle. "I'm not surprised. It takes a lot of stamina to keep up a transformation like that," Hisashi said as he scooped his son up in his arms. "Let's get you into bed. A nap will make it all better." Izuku was asleep before the two of them had made it back to the house. Hisashi gave Inko a small smile and carried Izuku to his room. He opened the door into a small hero shrine. Izuku had merchandise of All Might, Endeavor and more all over the room, but no hero was more prominently featured than Stormclaw. It always was a little weird for Hisashi to see the action figures and posters of himself, but it made his son happy, so it made him happy. Anything that wasn't hero-themed in his room was colored green. Ever since he turned 4, it unequivocally became his favorite color. The small emerald that Hisashi had given him a few weeks ago was put in a place of honor on one of his shelves. He smiled at it, a bit more sadly than he usually did. He placed the sleeping boy in the bed, underneath the All Might covers. He gave the boy a small kiss on the forehead. Izuku smiled softly in his sleep. "Sleep well, my little wormling." Chapter 2 Two Fathers. Hisashi quietly closed Izuku's door behind him and walked slowly down the hallway to the kitchen, where Inko was beginning to prepare lunch. Seeing him enter, she put the food aside and went to greet him. Her smile quickly fell as she saw the worried look on her husband's face. "What's wrong? Did Izuku hurt himself?" She was a natural worrier. "No, nothing like that. Our boy did great, in fact." A small smile broke through his worry as he recalled the event. He pulled out a stool and sat down at the counter. "I was so proud of him, you would have been too. I'm sure once he wakes up, he'll want to show you." "Then what has you so worried?" She sat down next to him at the kitchen counter. "His scales, Inko. They weren't bronze. They weren't gold or silver or anything metallic." He looked up at her with a strained expression. "They were green, chromatic." Inko didn't fully understand everything related to the dragon Quirk, but she knew that Hisashi had told her that chromatic dragons were bad news. "I've never heard of a green dragon in your family. What should we do?" "I don't know." Hisashi leaned back in his chair. "Izuku is a good boy, we know that. He's kind and caring and the most precious thing in our lives." He looked like he was arguing in his head. "I need to go talk to Dad." Inko put a hand on his shoulder. "Do what you need to do. I'll start making lunch." She smiled softly. Hisashi smiled back wearily, before standing up, giving her a kiss on the forehead and leaving as quickly as he came. He walked out of the kitchen and downstairs into the basement, towards to the large metal vault door in the wall. After he entered a code, a fingerprint scan, a retinal scan, and a blood sample, the vault hissed open. He slowly walked to the back of the vault, past display cases full of gems, ancient coins, and priceless artifacts. Well, not that priceless. Hisashi had bought them, after all. Behind a further vault door, opened by him charging the lock with a small puff of his lightning breath, sat an ornate shrine, honoring and remembering his ancestors. He walked into the subvault and knelt in front of the shrine. There were statues and other tokens of respect, but one in particular was the subject of his visit. Sitting in a place of honor was an intricate and exquisite statue of a bronze dragon. It stood about 6 inches tall and could have been mistaken for Hisashi if the markings weren't slightly different. The base of the statue read, "Gaku Midoriya." "Hey, Dad," Hisashi said somberly to the statue of the bronze dragon hero, Thunderwing. His father had died, No, had been killed years ago before he had met Inko. He died a hero, protecting a small country village from Terraflame. His sacrifice had allowed the villagers to escape from the Red Dragon, and the town still honored his father on the anniversary of the attack. He remembered the heartbreak he'd felt that day. Hisashi had been back home, celebrating his brother Hatsuo's graduation from UA. His father got a call that Terraflame had been spotted in the countryside nearby. Deku was the only hero in the area capable of handling a threat like the Red Dragon. His father simply told his family that there was an emergency and left without saying goodbye. He was a severe man. He cared, but was never much one for sentimentality. Hisashi didn't think his brother ever forgave him for never coming back. They hadn't heard from their father for a couple hours, but the news was reporting that Terraflame had been turned back. They both flew off towards the village and found it a smoldering wreck. Hisashi checked to make sure that there were no victims still in danger, while Hatsuo had made a beeline straight for the ravaged battlefield that used to be the rice paddies in front of the village. Minutes later, Hisashi had found Hatsuo crying next to the lifeless body of their father. Hisashi had learned basic forensics and crime scene procedure, but never thought that he would have to use them like this. It appeared that he had lived for a while after the battle ended. Judging from the marks in the ground and the pooled blood, his father had dragged himself along the ground and propped himself up, leaning on a rock. He'd bled out there, but not before pulling out a picture of his family, which was clutched in his cold hand, covered in burns and blood, and the wetness of tears. Hisashi had visited the town again, a few months before Izuku was born. He wanted to make peace with what had happened before his son came into the world. The people there still honored his father, and they were more than kind to him. They had even erected a small statue in his honor. Once they found out who he was, they threw him a spontaneous feast. He talked and laughed with the people, forgetting his sorrow thanks to their generosity. Getting to know the people who would not be alive if not for his father had helped him gain closure. Hatsuo, however, was never the same after that day. It was only a few days after the funeral when he left to take a sidekick offer on the other side of Japan. He had mostly disconnected from Hisashi. They only spoke once or twice a year. Hisashi had tried many a time to reach out and connect more with his brother, but he was always rebuffed. Excuses of work and obligations always kept him at an arm's length. Hisashi knew how Inko felt when he gave her excuses about why he couldn't come home more. "Dad, I'm worried about what you told me all those years ago. I'm worried about what it means for my son." Hisashi thought back to a summer day 20 years ago, not too different than the current day, when he was 11 years old. His father had been sitting next to Hisashi, the two of them resting after a training session on the beach near their home. Thunderwing was never as well known as Stormclaw was, but he was still a great hero and Hisashi's idol. "I always thought that Izuku would follow in my footsteps, and I could follow in yours. I would teach him as you taught me. I know he idolizes me like I idolized you, but he isn't like me. He isn't like you." "Hisashi," his father had said to him, seriousness in his tone. "I'm going to be going on a mission tomorrow. It's dangerous, but nobody is better equipped to handle it than me." The boy looked up at his father. "I'll be going after one of my cousins. She's embraced her destiny and started using our family's quirk for villainy." "Her destiny?" Hisashi asked quietly. "She's named herself Fulgurite. She was gifted with the full manifestation of the dragon quirk, in her case as a blue dragon. She wields lightning, same as us." "What makes a blue dragon different than us?" Hisashi thought that only bronze dragons could breathe lightning. "Blue dragons are chromatic." Hisashi didn't know what that word meant. Seeing his confusion, Deku explained. "There are 10 types of dragons we have seen since the family quirk manifested with my grandfather. My father identified and separated them into 2 categories, chromatic and metallic. You and I manifested the dragon quirk as metallic dragons. Amongst the metallic subtypes we have seen, there is brass, bronze, copper, gold, and silver. The chromatic subtype manifests as black, blue, green, red, and white. In simpler terms, we are named for metals, them for colors. At first it might seem arbitrary, but there is a very good reason for it. Hisashi didn't dare to interrupt his father when he was talking. Every type of dragon type is different, of course, but my father saw the primary difference between metallics and chromatics. During his lifetime, his theory was just that, a theory. But in my life, in my time being a hero, I've confirmed it. Metallic dragons are naturally disposed towards what society considers justice and goodness. Chromatic dragons are evil. Their quirks twist their minds and emotions, taking them down a dark path. Some resist their destiny, but it's inevitable. All chromatic dragons are villains in the making. Remember that, Hisashi. I know what you said, and I will never forget how you died, father. Hisashi's shoulders dropped. But I cannot believe that it's my son's destiny to be a villain. He placed his forehead on the ground, prostrating himself before his father's statue, small tears falling from his eyes. I've come here to ask for your forgiveness. I am going to teach my son. He will be a great hero and defy the destiny you placed on his shoulders. I swear this. About 45 minutes later, Inko heard the vault door closing downstairs, signaling that her husband had finished his talk with his father. She kept preparing the katsudon, a special surprise for Izuku when he woke up, to celebrate his success. Hisashi came back into the kitchen and slumped down in the same chair as earlier. He still looked stressed, but there was no longer an air of defeat about him. Feeling better? Inko asked gently. I am. I've decided that nothing will prevent Izuku from becoming a hero, especially not me. Hisashi had the same determined look on his face that Izuku often did. I will train our son and continue teaching him how to be a good person and a great hero. Inko chuckled slightly. You must have had a good talk. It's been years since I've seen you fired up like this. It's been a stressful day. He chuckled a bit too. And it's barely even noon. What I'm most worried about now is how the others might react. Especially Hatsuo. He's barely spoken to you in years. If he wants to sever all ties with you because of Izuku, then I say let him go. Inko said sternly. Our son is more important than that and deserves to have people around him who will support him. He's not your brother, Inko, Hisashi said, a little incensed. Saori and I are determined to patch our relationship with him. We can't give up. It would disgrace our father. You're right. Sorry, dear. Inko quickly apologized. No, it's fine. I understand. I agree with you. Izuku is our top priority. Hisashi assured his wife. We should discuss how we want to move forward. Izuku will find out soon enough that he's chromatic. We can't exactly hide it from him. Inko stepped through the door as it closed behind her. He might not understand what it means. There haven't been any high-profile green dragons in your family, at least as far as I know. We should encourage him to talk to us about it, to ask us questions. Agreed. Hisashi was too focused to even appreciate the heavenly smell coming from Inko's cooking. There haven't been any green dragons around recently that I know of, which is ironic, considering our name. He let out a single airy laugh. It's important to keep him socialized. You've been doing a wonderful job organizing those play dates. Although with him entering preschool, there won't be as much time for that. Oh, Inko just remembered. Speaking of play dates, Katsuki is coming over at 1. Hisashi smiled and hummed in approval, absent-mindedly staring at a spot on the counter as he kept thinking. A silence hung over the kitchen for a minute or two, but he could feel a tension in the air that was growing steadily. The source became clear as his wife broke the silence. If we want to raise him as best we can, his father needs to be home more often, Inko said, a degree of bitterness in her voice as she continued to prepare lunch, not looking up. He needs you to train his quirk and to be a positive role model in his life. You're his father and his favorite hero. His shoulders slumped a bit. You're right, especially now. I've considered moving my agency here so many times since Izuku was born, but I never made the leap. I'll start the paperwork as soon as possible. She looked up stunned, and briefly entertained the possibility that she was dreaming. After all these years? Yes. He sounded regretful. I should have moved the agency when Izuku was born, but I felt too useful where I am now. I'm out of excuses, and my son needs me more than ever. I'll have less work, but we have enough in reserve that I could retire tomorrow and we would be comfortable for several lifetimes. Oh, Hisashi, that's great news. The shorter woman ran around the counter and quickly threw her arms around his waist. Izuku will be so happy. She gave him a great squeeze before letting go and ran back to the food she was preparing. Lunch is almost ready. You should go wake him up. Hisashi peeked into his son's room and saw the boy stirring slightly. He pushed the door open and walked over to the bed. He got down on one knee and rubbed his son's mop of messy hair. Slowly, Izuku's eyes opened a tiny amount. He took a deep breath and stretched his arms and legs out. He said sleepily. Katsudan. That's right. Your mom made you your favorite meal to celebrate your first transformation. Hisashi said softly, coaxing the boy out of his sleep. Don't you want to show her? Izuku's eyes snapped open immediately. He threw his covers off and jumped out of bed. He ran out of his room and down the hallway, yelling, "Mom! Mom!" leaving his chuckling father in his dust. Hisashi made his way back to the kitchen as Izuku was telling his mother all about their time on the beach. He was talking so fast that he was worried his son was going to pass out from a lack of oxygen. He managed to get him to take a breath by interrupting him. Aren't you going to show your mom what you learned today? I was getting to that, Dad. Izuku huffed. You have to set up a story to make it good. You can't just skip straight to the end. Both of his parents laughed out loud. I apologize, storyteller, Hisashi said through his big grin. Don't let me stop you, then. And then when we got back to land, I asked Dad to teach me how to make a claw. He told me to reach inside and grab the weird feeling in me and pull it out. So I tried, but it was really hard. But then I got it. Inko was half worried her son was going to actually start bouncing off the walls. Only a little bit at first, but then Dad told me to try it again. It was easier that time, and I made my hand into a claw. Izuku raised his hand up. Like this. His hand grew a patch of scales, quickly growing until his entire hand was covered. It was slightly elongated and enlarged, with dark claws on his fingertips. He held up his claw proudly. Inko saw the dark green scales, but she didn't react like Hisashi had. His mother just kept smiling at him, pride and joy swelling in her heart. He quickly let the transformation end, not wanting to tire himself out again. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. You're going to be a great hero, just like your father. Inko smiled warmly. No, he'll be even better. Hisashi ruffled his son's hair again, causing the boy's smile to widen further. I actually have another surprise for you, son. He looked down at the big, green eyes staring at him in wonder. Your mom and I have been talking, and I'll be moving my agency nearby. I'll be home almost every day once it gets finalized. If any more excitement was dumped on Izuku that day, he might have actually exploded. The boy let out a loud, "Whoa, really?" and threw his arms around his dad's legs. The boy barely came up to his father's waist. Tears of happiness were pouring from his eyes. Yes, really? Hisashi clamped his hand on his son's back, returning the hug. Now eat up, son. You don't want your mother's hard work to get cold. After inhaling his food in a way that Inko usually only saw Hisashi do after a particularly tough day of work, her son was asking for seconds and then thirds. The woman wasn't exactly sure where he was keeping all that food, but she figured it had to do with how exhausted the boy was. Before Izuku could ask for a fourth serving, the door rang. I'll get it. The boy was streaking across the kitchen towards the front door before his parents could react. He skidded to a stop in front of the door and flung it open. Auntie! Izuku beamed up as Mitsuki Bakugu looked down at him. Heya, kiddo. She ruffled his hair. Why did people like doing that so much? Katsuki stepped out from behind her, his confident smile on his face. Red eyes met green as Izuku smiled. Kaken, Mitsuki smiled at the excitable boy. He had been calling her son that since he could talk. His quirk caused some unusual tooth growth, and he had kept biting his tongue whenever he tried to say, Katsuki. She figured he would have figured out the teething situation by now. But maybe Izuku just liked the nickname. Hey, Izuku. Katsuki responded. Ready to go? Yeah. Come on. He gestured to the boy to come inside. He ran through the house to the back door, Katsuki on his heels. I got something I want to show you. No running in the house. Inko called after the boys, but they were too far gone to listen. She had come to the door to properly greet her high school friend. Come on in, Mitsuki. I'll put some tea on. The two boys ran outside to play on the beach. They ran around and climbed up the rocks around the beach, laughing and competing to see who could run the fastest and jump the farthest. Katsuki was naturally competitive and his drive was contagious, stoking that same drive in Izuku. Come on, Izuku. Katsuki yelled behind him. How are you going to be a hero if you can't keep up? Izuku put a determined look on his face and started to catch up, causing Katsuki to try harder too. Eventually, the two boys collapsed into the sand right in view of the house, panting. You're slower than usual. What's up? Katsuki was an observant one, just as quick-witted as Izuku. I've actually already ran around a lot today. Izuku paused for dramatic effect. And I learned how to do something new with my quirk. Katsuki's eyes got an excited glint in them upon hearing those words. Oh yeah, you said you had something to show me, right? Don't keep me waiting. Izuku concentrated on his hand and held it up so Kaken could see him. The scales were easier to pull on every time he tried, and they quickly formed along his hand. The blonde stared at the claw in moderate amazement. He reached out and grabbed his friend's hand, examining the claw. Whoa, green scales. Katsuki kept turning the hand over. Those look cool. What's with these claws, though? They're not very pointy. He poked the claws with his finger to confirm. I don't know. I've only done this a couple times. Izuku responded. It's your quirk. Try to sharpen them. Katsuki encouraged him. Okay, I'll try. Izuku always worked better with friends than by himself. He focused on maintaining the transformation, but also on trying to sharpen the claws. Slowly, they started to elongate slightly, sharpening. With a gasp, he released both the breath he was holding and his transformation. You got closer, Katsuki observed. You'll get it. Then we gotta see what you can cut with it. Izuku caught his breath. Yeah, that sounds cool. But there is one other thing I wanted to check out. He looked into his friend's red eyes. Do you trust me? What are you thinking? Katsuki responded, intrigued. Hit me in the arm with an explosion. Izuku saw the blonde begin to hesitate. Come on, you won't hurt me. I promise. It's for science. Fine, but if I get in trouble for this, you're giving me the candy in your lunchbox for a week. He held up his hand a few inches away from Izuku and let out a small blast. Izuku recoiled slightly in pain, a red mark showing up on his arm. Ouch, Izuku said, waving his arm around, but quickly regaining his composure. Yeah, that hurt. He held his other arm up to the boy before focusing on his quirk. He focused the pull down further from his hand. His forearm was quickly covered in his dark green scales. Now hit me again. Katsuki saw what Izuku was getting at and quickly obliged. He let out another explosion on the boy's arm, trying to keep the blast the same strength. Izuku recoiled instinctually from the loud noise, but then quickly began smiling. He held up the hand, letting the transformation end. There was no mark on his arm at all. I barely felt that. The boys began to excitedly chat about the possibilities of both of their quirks. They fantasized about being heroes and all the cool things they would do once they were the best heroes in the world. They ran around for a couple more hours, laughing and generally enjoying life. Neither of the boys noticed the worried look that Mitsuki was giving them out the porch window as she conversed with Hisashi and Inko. Chapter 3: Daydreamers. The next 2 years passed and the boys grew up, but never grew apart. If anything, they grew closer. Hisashi smiled out his front door as his son ran to jump into the car in their driveway. Since they started elementary school a few months ago, Inko and Mitsuki had alternated taking the boys to and from their school each day. The boys, now 6, were basically inseparable. Hisashi took a sip of his coffee and looked out at the sun shining on the waves lapping at the sands. He smiled to himself, feeling honestly glad that Katsuki was his son's best friend. Most kids treated him differently when they found out he was the son of the number 8 hero, but Katsuki didn't. He reminded Izuku to keep his eyes forward, to focus on their goal of getting into UA and becoming the best heroes in the world. Everything the two boys did together was towards that end. Sure, the blonde was a little gruff sometimes, but even he was worn down by the relentless tide of happiness that was Izuku. They gradually pushed each other closer to a happy medium, Izuku becoming more confident, while Katsuki mellowed out. Later that day, Katsuki was sitting on that same beach behind the Midoriya household. He was also happy he was friends with Izuku, although he didn't say it often. He was never good at that sort of thing, preferring to speak with his actions, rather than his words. They would usually see each other at least 6 days a week, barring when Izuku would go on trips with his father, and he couldn't have been happier about it. Katsuki knew that to be the best, you had to have a rival. Anybody who had ever watched a show or read a book knew that. There were lots of stories where the characters had to search long and hard for their rival, but Katsuki was lucky. He didn't even have to look for his rival, he was basically born into having one. It was an added bonus that his perfect rival was also his best friend. However, it wasn't always like that. There was a time when the boys were playing at a park that it almost all came crashing down. A couple days after Izuku's 4th birthday, the two boys were playing together with a couple other kids in the woods, when they had tried crossing a log that was suspended over a small stream. Katsuki had lost his footing and had fallen into the water below. The other kids looked over the log, waiting for him to come back up, but Izuku did something else. So quickly that he had no idea how he did it. Izuku was down in the water with him, hand outstretched to help pull him up with a look of genuine concern in his eyes. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Izuku asked, concern in his voice as well. "I was afraid you might have hit your head or something." Katsuki's vision went red. He didn't need help, he didn't ask for help, so that meant that Izuku was looking down on him by assuming he needed or wanted his help. With a roar of anger, he tried to push the offending child back into the water himself for daring to patronize him. Halfway through the motion, he caught a change in Izuku's eyes. His eyes flashed a bright green for a moment and were filled with a look of anger. Instead of falling backwards, Izuku had caught his hand by the wrist. Izuku stared at the boy with fury in his face. "What was that?" Izuku asked, glaring at him. Katsuki was stunned. After a few seconds, he half-heartedly tried to wrest his hand free, but his attention was still on Izuku. "Let me go. You don't get to look down on me," he growled in response. "Look down." Izuku's voice seethed with anger, much deeper than normal. Katsuki noticed that some dark green scales had appeared on his neck. "I wanted to make sure that my friend was okay. How is that looking down on you?" "I want to be the strongest hero. Being the strongest means never needing help." Katsuki spat back at him. "Are you stupid?" If he wasn't so furious, Izuku might have started laughing. "I thought you were smart. My mom says you're smart. Is she lying to me?" "I am smart." Katsuki tried to continue but was cut off. "I thought you were strong." "I am." Katsuki was cut off again. "Then why did you do that?" "I told you that I don't want anyone's help." Izuku's grip on his arm was only tightening, scales slowly spreading over his hand. It was starting to get a little painful. "Is that what you think strength is? I thought you told me that you were smart. Do you think heroes don't need help sometimes?" Izuku didn't give him a chance to respond as he continued to yell. "Heroes need help all the time. You watch the hero news as much as I do. I can't believe you think that. My dad needs help all the time. Even All Might has a sidekick." Katsuki tried to speak, but words didn't come out of his mouth. Instead, It just hung open slightly. The anger in his eyes was fading into something more akin to shock. Asking for help isn't weakness. It takes someone who is strong, not simply physically strong, but someone truly strong to ask for help. We're only human, and it's the weak and foolish ones who can't admit that. Izuku threw Katsuki's arm back, knocking the blonde down into the water again. My dad told me that. Are you calling both my mom and my dad liars? Katsuki could only stare up at him in shock and a little fear. The deeper voice coming out of Izuku's throat was causing his fight-or-flight instincts to start flaring in the back of his mind. People need people. It's others that make us stronger. He said that too. Izuku threw his arm forward once again, extending his open hand to help the boy up. So let's try this again. Let me help you up so we can keep going. I pull you up, you'll pull me up some other time. We'll both become strong that way. Izuku's voice raised back up to his normal, high-pitched tone during the last few sentences. His eyes lost that strange glow and his furious expression had vanished, replaced by his normal wide smile. Katsuki could only stare for a few moments, as he tried to deal with what had just happened. He eventually raised his arm shakily and grasped the outstretched hand. Izuku seemed to have almost forgotten the interaction had even happened, simply pulling the blonde up and running off with a smile. But Katsuki couldn't stop thinking about what he had said. That was the day that Katsuki understood that Izuku was something else. There was something instinctually unsettling with the way he talked and the way his eyes moved during that conversation, and what he had said didn't sound like it came out of the mind of a 4-year-old. Katsuki knew that he had found his rival. It was right in front of his face the entire time. The other kids kept telling him how great his quirk was and how he was going to be the greatest hero. But Izuku didn't talk like that. He called him out when he did something dumb, and he wasn't afraid to let his displeasure be known. Katsuki was always pushing, be it himself or others, and he had found the right person to push back. He never thanked Izuku for pulling him up. He wasn't great at talking about his feelings, so he expressed his gratitude in the best way he knew, pushing Izuku harder. In response, Izuku returned the favor. The two of them would train nearly every day. They weren't old enough to lift real weights or anything, but they did what they could. Izuku was nearly as competitive as him, and every playground game of tag or hide-and-seek would cause both boys to give it their all, much to the dismay of many of the other kids. That wasn't to say their relationship was suddenly perfect, or that they always got along. Izuku was almost too friendly for his own good, in his opinion. He was friends with almost every single kid in their grade, not just their own class. It annoyed him a little, but he knew that getting angry about it was dumb. He used to get frustrated when his friend would get distracted, but that didn't help. He learned to just smirk and let it happen. There was no use in trying to stop Izuku when he had his mind set on something, and he was determined to be friends with everyone. That wasn't what really got to him. No, it was the unsettling way he went about it. It seemed like it was a game to him. Just about every day, he would go up to someone he didn't really know or wasn't really friends with and just start talking to them. He would start asking them questions or talking to them about seemingly random stuff. But as Katsuki listened, he quickly realized that Izuku's words were anything but random. Every topic he talked to them about was carefully selected to make them the most comfortable and open. With some kids he talked about heroes, others he asked them about their families, others he talked about homework or their hobbies. With one kid he had just talked about flowers. This convinced Katsuki. This absolutely was a game for Izuku. One he was very invested in winning, as the prize was friends. By the end of the second month of their first year of elementary, everyone in their class was his friend. They weren't really friends in the sense that Katsuki was his friend, but they were people who seemed to be open to talking with him and maybe playing games on the playground with him. Katsuki kept it to himself that he thought most of these kids only liked him because of his dad. Which, to be fair, while Izuku was great at talking to people about what they liked, it was basically impossible to get him to talk about himself. So, for the other kids in the class, there was nothing else to like him for, because they didn't really know him. Tough luck for those kids, since Izuku was a fantastic person to have as your friend. Katsuki knew he irritated his friend. 2. Kaken, be nice, was uttered at least once a day. He said it a lot less than he used to, so that was progress. He couldn't help it, he just wasn't as outgoing as Izuku. He spoke to a few people in class, but he couldn't keep up with his friend when it came to talking. That was another part of their friendship that worked so well. When they hung out to train or talk heroes, Izuku loved to talk, and would do so nearly the entire time, and Katsuki would speak when he had something to say. He wasn't introverted per se, but he was more than willing to keep his thoughts to himself. Nearly everyone except Izuku wasn't really worth his time. He tried to catch himself whenever a thought like that crossed his mind. Thinking like that was arrogant, and Uncle Hisashi said that arrogance wasn't an attribute a hero should have. Katsuki always listened to him, especially when he talked about being a hero. He would have had to truly been an idiot to ignore hero advice from someone in the top 10. Uncle Hisashi was a great hero and his second favorite after All Might, of course, but he was also just a good guy. He was smart enough to know that some heroes put on a friendly charade when dealing with the press or fans, but Stormclaw was the real thing. It made sense. Izuku had to have learned that smile from someone. Auntie Inko was no slouch either. She was shrewd and perceptive and a lot brighter than most adults he knew. His father often told him that Izuku had gotten his brains from his mother. She also had a natural talent for empathy and a drive to help people that rivaled any hero. She was the one who got him to finally stop crying when Izuku had accidentally broken his finger when they got a little too into their training. He didn't cry much, but he felt like his first broken bone was a good excuse. He was panicking not only from the pain, but from the way his finger was bending in a way it shouldn't. Izuku did his best to help him, of course, but the dragon boy was almost freaking out more than he was. She had swept him up in her arms as soon as she could reach them and managed to calm him down nearly instantly with her kind words and reassuring hug. Auntie Inko's ability to tell what people were feeling and how to help them was something he didn't think he would ever understand. But he was even more grateful because of that. Maybe if she was born with a more powerful quirk or a more adventurous personality, both of Izuku's parents would have been pro-heroes. He smirked to himself. He was really glad that he had all three of the Midoriyas looking out for him. Who knows what kind of person he would be if Auntie and Uncle weren't there to help him, and Izuku wasn't there to keep him honest. Kaken. Izuku's voice pulled him out of his reverie. It's not like you to be caught up in your thoughts like that. Am I rubbing off on you? Yeah, whatever. His response to the teasing was half-hearted at best. His competitive smirk grew across his face. You ready to show your dad how far we've come? You better be. Hisashi was walking down the path behind his house towards the two 6-year-olds on the beach. Hisashi knew how to nurture their competitive nature without inflating their egos, something that could have been quite dangerous if left unchecked. About once a month, he got the boys together on a Sunday afternoon to benchmark their progress. The boys loved it. It meant they got to hang out and see how much they improved all at once. Which one of you is going first this time? Katsuki threw his hand up. Izuku went first last month. It's my turn. All right, let's see here. Hisashi was flipping through the notebook in his hand. You've both done your warm-ups, right? Seeing both boys nod, he continued. Let's start with the basics then. Katsuki, let off the biggest one-handed explosion you can do safely. You know the drill, no hurting yourself. A hero who hurts himself has no place on the battlefield. He pulled out a small device as he lectured. Yes, Uncle, Katsuki droned before jogging several meters away from his friend. He planted his feet and let out a long breath, centering himself. He raised his hand up to the sky and let his quirk go. With a grunt, an explosion ripped from his palm, kicking up the sand around him and scaring the gulls further down the beach. The device beeped a couple times in Hisashi's hand. That was an 8% improvement in raw force produced and a 5% increase in explosion size. Good results. He wrote down the data from the device. All right, Izuku, same thing. Remember how I taught you to use your diaphragm? Yes, sir. Izuku traded places with his friend, both exchanging playful jabs at each other as they passed. He planted his feet like Katsuki had and took a deep breath. He focused on pulling out his power like he had learned to on this very beach 2 years prior, centering it in the center of his chest. He leaned forward into his breath as he opened his mouth and let his attack flow forward. Green smoke poured from the boy's mouth, shooting forward several meters before billowing outward and dispersing in the air. Hisashi smiled proudly, recalling with a chuckle the first time they had found out exactly what Izuku's breath was. It was only a few weeks after the first time he had shown him how to create his claw that he had taught his son how to use the signature attack of the dragon Quirk. Focus your power in the center of your chest, as the base of your lungs. You should feel it pooling, coalescing. He shot a glance at his son. Do you know what that word means? Izuku nodded quickly, prompting him to continue with a small chuckle. Of course you do. Where was I? Right, feel the sensation in your chest, but don't pull it out like you do for your scales. Instead, breathe deep and fill your lungs. You should be able to breathe much deeper than normal. He demonstrated by taking a great breath of air himself. Once you are ready, release it. Remember what I said. Don't try to pull it out. Let your breath push it out. He showed by letting a great storm of lighting erupt from his throat and into the sky, crackling with power. Izuku's eyes sparkled in awe at the display before he caught himself staring. He widened his feet slightly, ready to try. Hisashi saw his son begin to strain, attempting to pool his quirk in his chest. The boy took a deep breath after a few seconds, gulping down air. Okay, here I go. He opened his mouth and pushed with all his might. What came out wasn't what Hisashi had expected. He truthfully didn't know what to expect, but it certainly wasn't this. A pathetic puff of dark green gas escaped from the boy's mouth, dissipating quickly in the sea breeze. Hisashi stared, marveling at what he had seen. He had seen lightning, fire, frost, and even acid breath, but never gas? What exactly was it? How was that, Dad? Izuku asked hopefully, panting slightly. Hisashi smelled a faint acrid scent on the breeze, crinkling his nose slightly. Good, son. That wasn't much, but that's to be expected of your first time. Let's continue other training for now. We can come back to the breath weapon later. His son nodded, ready to keep pushing himself. A few weeks later, Hisashi had organized a doctor's appointment for his son to find out exactly what his breath was. After several tests, it became clear that Izuku's breath was a poisonous one. Functionally useless against non-living targets, but potentially deadly against living ones. That wasn't a damning statement. All the breath attacks of the dragon Quirk were deadly when used recklessly. Izuku was worried about the results. Poison doesn't sound very heroic, he had lamented on the ride home. It's just good for hurting people. Izuku, I don't know what kind of humanitarian applications for fire or acid that you're thinking about, but I assure you that those situations don't come up very often. Hisashi had laughed a little at his boy's whining. Part of being a hero is stopping bad people. Do you want to know what I think? I think you're pretty lucky. His son has looked up at him when he said that, silently asking him to elaborate. Well, you see, there are a lot of quirks out there that make their owner tougher, and a lot of people who are just plain tough. Some bigger villains don't go down even after a blast of my lightning. There's not a whole lot of gas-based quirks out there in my experience. Being able to assault people's breathing can be very useful. He put his finger up, emphasize his point. No matter how tough someone's skin is or how dense their musculature, they still have to breathe. Hisashi knew the look on his son's face well. He had placed his hand on his chin and was staring intently at the ground. The muttering that soon began only confirmed that Izuku had entered deep thought. It broke quicker than he expected it to, and Izuku looked straight at him again. Dad, you can control the output of your breath, right? Well, sure. Not every attack is my strongest. He was pleased that his son had figured out where he was trying to lead him. Once you get a handle on it, you'll be able to adjust the potency to what you need. This led to Izuku resuming his muttering with an intensity usually only reserved for when he was analyzing heroes. Hisashi chuckled a bit to himself. He supposed that's what he was doing. Dad. Izuku was raising his voice slightly to get his attention, pulling his father out of his memories. First Kakin and now you, what is going on today? Why is everybody spacing out? Oh, Sorry, boys, I was just reminiscing, Hisashi said sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. He looked at the device in his hand, never losing his proud smile. Great job, son. That was about 9% more volume than last month. Let's keep going with the other tests. At the end of the day, the boys were exhausted, but proud. They were moving forward, like always. To them, their futures were bright and there was nothing that could stop them. Chapter 4. Family Legacy. Izuku was 8 when everything changed. His cousin Ryuko was a great person and loved it whenever she came over with his aunt and uncle for family dinners. She wasn't his only cousin, but she was the only one he knew personally. Izuku knew that Ryuko had an older brother, but he didn't know anything about him other than his name, Reizu. He had never met the man, and he always wondered why nobody ever talked about him, but he never got anywhere when he tried to ask about him. On one fateful spring day, Izuku found out why. He was woken up early on a Saturday morning by his father's shout of, "Love you, son," followed by the sound of the door slamming. Izuku had raced out of bed and to one of the front windows in time to see great, bronze wings sprout from his father's back as he raced in the direction of downtown. Izuku knew what that meant. A villain, and judging by how fast his father had ran out of the house, it was a particularly dangerous one. Izuku was always worried, of course, but he trusted his dad. Sure, he wasn't number 1 in the charts, but anyone in the top 10 was a massive powerhouse. He quickly ran back to his room and turned his computer on, scanning the internet for news on the attack. He found a news site that had a live stream of the scene, and with a gasp he realized why his father had been called. A dragon stood in the middle of downtown, fires and street lights illuminating the black scales of the beast. The flashes of its face that Izuku could see created a terrifying image. The dragon's eyes glowed with an eerie yellow, sunk deep into its sockets. Its face was gaunt, and its nostrils were wide, creating a visage of a skull filled with sharp teeth. Green liquid dripped from its mouth as it made threatening motions with its 2 bone-white horns which curved forward, ready to gore anyone who came within its reach. It roared, causing the nearby ground to tremble and windows to crack. All things considered, to Izuku it didn't look fully grown. It was clearly smaller than his father, but it was still a fearsome creature. The dragon reared back and opened its mouth. A powerful torrent of viscous green liquid shot straight towards one of the other heroes already on site. The hero dodged, but the car behind him caught the brunt of the attack. The car was quickly dissolved to scrap as the potent acid went to work. Anyone hit by that attack would certainly have been killed, or at least maimed. The heroes there had no chance of even approaching the black dragon. But there was someone coming that did. Stormclaw smashed down onto the street in front of the other dragon in his fully draconic form. Everyone could immediately see the difference in size between the two. However, even a smaller dragon was still a dragon. Stormclaw roared at the black dragon, lightning crackling from his mouth. The entire street shook and some nearby windows shattered, showing just how much more powerful he was than the villain. An intimidation effort, Izuku noted. An attempt to end the conflict without any more combat. The other dragon recoiled slightly before lowering its head. Izuku recalled his father's lessons on fighting other dragons. The height and length of dragons was an advantage in most situations, but against other dragons it was best to keep low, to avoid exposing the underbelly. While still armored, the underbelly was much more vulnerable to other dragons, for it lacked scales. His father had told him that their scales, in addition to being incredibly tough, provide natural protection against other dragons, as they are resistant to breath attacks from other dragon quirk users. It made sense. Everyone in his family did possess a vastly similar quirk, after all, and a dragon was immune to its own breath. Dragons of the same type, or those that possessed the same type of breath, like red and gold dragons, were borderline immune to each other as well. The dragon dropped into an aggressive stance, clearly wanting to fight. Stormclaw lowered himself as well, before letting a concentrated blast of lightning shoot towards the other dragon. The black dragon tried to dodge, but the lightning blast was too fast. The beast was sent skidding backwards as electricity crackled and danced over its body. The black dragon regained its footing and turned back to face Stormclaw. Not to be outdone, the beast roared and let out another torrent of acid towards the hero. Instead of dodging, Stormclaw simply turned into the blast, letting the tough scales of his shoulder and back take the attack. The acid dripped harmlessly off him, burning the pavement below. Izuku noted that this was a second intimidation attempt. Stormclaw was sending the message that the dragon was severely outclassed and had no hope of victory. This, once again, did not deter the villain. It roared in anger before flapping its wings, kicking up dust and debris. With its powerful legs, it surged towards Stormclaw, head low to the ground, attempting to get a hit on the larger dragon's underbelly. His father was much too experienced to let a simple attack like that work, and struck the dragon in the head with a mighty swipe of his claw, knocking it off its feet and crashing into the ground. The dragon quickly recovered, black blood dripping from its head and melting the road where it dripped. It bared its teeth and came at Stormclaw from the side. The bronze dragon turned harshly, whipping his powerful tail into the villain. The black dragon was thrown back, smashing limply into one of the cars along the street. Stormclaw was on him in an instant, moving with speed that no creature that large had any right to possess. Before the black dragon could recover, the hero had his jaw wrapped around its neck. Lightning crackled menacingly off his fangs, causing the other dragon to flinch in pain. A third and final intimidation effort. The dragon's wings slumped in submission, and it began to release their Quirk's transformation. Stormclaw let the rapidly shrinking villain out of his deadly jaws, but placed a strong claw on top of them, pinning them to the ground, and they reverted. As the dust settled, something had been made very clear once again. The best way to combat a dragon is with another dragon. With a nod of affirmation, the hero let the police and the other heroes know that it was safe to approach. The gathered crowd began to cheer, and it was only a few minutes later that the villain, a black-haired man in his early 20s, was packed up into a police van and taken away. Izuku caught the man's face and felt like he recognized him, but couldn't place it. It wasn't until a few hours later, once his father had come home and endured the deluge of questions that his son had prepared for him, that the mystery was solved. Izuku was eating breakfast, watching the news on his phone. The villain's name was released, and Izuku dropped his spoon. The black-haired man's picture stared at him through the screen, with the words, Reizu Tatsuma, underneath. This man was his cousin. Izuku knew that he was obviously related to him, but to find out that he was someone so closely related was a little unsettling. His father looked at him solemnly, wordlessly communicating with his son. The news report continued. Apparently, Reizu was a lowlife with a large criminal record. The reporter on site said that, according to their sources, the rampage started when a back alley deal went south. Reizu was angered and lashed out. The bodies of 7 other criminals were found in a nearby alleyway, but thanks to the quick actions of the other nearby heroes, there were no other deaths. Many civilians were harmed, and the property damage was immense, but it was much better than it could have been if Stormclaw hadn't shown up. Reizu had turned out so differently than his sister. They could hardly have been more different. Was it all due to the influence of their quirks? Regardless, Izuku put the thoughts away for now. He had a busy day ahead of him, and he couldn't afford to be distracted thinking about his estranged cousin. On Monday, Izuku went to school as normal. He walked into class, was greeted by most of the other students, asked a few questions about people's weekends, then sat down in his seat. The school day continued without interruption. He took diligent notes, although he didn't really need to. He already knew the material, after all. Ever since he started elementary school, Izuku and Katsuki had been receiving private tutoring. Obviously, his father wanted to send him to a prestigious private academy, a place where Izuku could receive the best education available to him. However, Izuku didn't want to be separated from Kaken. While his father had no problem paying for him to attend with Izuku, the blonde's parents refused to accept that kind of charity. Izuku thought that they were being foolish, but he knew that people's pride was important. Faced with the threat of not being able to see Kaken nearly as often, Izuku came up with a solution. Izuku proposed that Kaken and he attend their local public school. This would allow Izuku to maintain normal social interactions, which he knew his parents were interested in him doing, and keep in contact with his best friend. So that he would not suffer from a potentially lower quality education, his parents would hire a private tutor to give him lessons, and Kaken could join him. This would appease Kaken's parents, his parents, and would teach him better study habits and discipline. His sales pitch was a success. For the past 2 years, the two boys had spent nearly every Saturday with their private tutor, alternating sessions between their houses. She ran them through all the subjects at an intense pace, cramming what seemed like entire weeks of schooling into a single day. She assigned them homework for every other day of the week, more than doubling their homework load. She was a ruthless taskmaster, but the boys were always up for a challenge. The end result was that they received an education that might have even been superior to the private academy that his father had in mind. This helped Izuku make more of his friends as well. He was always willing to help give advice or tutor the other kids. He never did so at lunch, however. Lunch was his personal time, just for him and his best friend. Later that same day at lunch, Katsuki looked over at his friend at their table, spotting the notebook in his hand. Izuku was always writing in one of those during his free time. The cover of this one read Hero Analysis for the Future number 4, causing him to raise his eyebrows. New notebook already? Yep, Izuku responded happily, taking a deep breath. I always love the smell of a brand new notebook. Number 3 lasted me a while, but with that villain attack over the weekend, I filled up the last pages pretty quick. He didn't say my cousin, because he wanted to distance himself from the event. Katsuki understood. Yeah, I'm not surprised, he responded after swallowing his food. It's not often we get to see your dad in action like that. Uncle Sashi is a force of nature when he wants to be. Katsuki returned to his meal, thinking quietly as he ate. Izuku kept writing hurriedly in his notebook, muttering under his breath. Katsuki smirked as he caught the sketch of Stormclaw on the first page. Izuku always made his dad the first entry of every notebook. The rest of their lunchtime continued as it often did, uneventful and relaxing. It was the walk back to class that was eventful. Lunch had ended, and the two boys were walking side by side when they heard a voice behind them. Oi, are you Midoriya? Both boys looked back to see 2 taller kids approaching them. They were at least 2 or 3 grades older than them. Yes, that's me, Izuku responded with a smile, turning to face them. Can I help you? Yeah, you can tell me when you're going to go nuts and start attacking us, the taller of the 2 older students said, a distinct note of frustration in his voice. Izuku and Katsuki both froze. What? It wasn't often that Izuku was left speechless, but he certainly wasn't expecting to be asked a question like that. He asked when you're going to stop pretending that you're a normal kid and start trying to kill us all. The other boy took an aggressive step forward. I wouldn't dash. Izuku had taken a step back. Several students had stopped to watch the conflict. 'Cause that's what your family does, right? Or do you think that everyone has forgotten about Terraflame? The shorter one continued his accusations. Katsuki knew that none of these kids had memories of Terraflame. Izuku could give you the date, time, and location that he was finally brought to justice, and it was years before any of the students at this school were born. These kids were mad about something and were taking it out on Izuku. Sure, he was related to Terraflame, but he was also related to Stormclaw and Thunderwing and Gallant. Izuku could claim just as many heroes as his ancestors as he could villains. He wasn't really listening to what the kids were saying at this point. He was more concerned with how his friend was reacting. The boy was trying to shrink down, trying not to further anger the larger, already angry students. He had taken a step back, let his head drop, and otherwise looking like he was submitting. Or at least that's what he appeared to be doing, but Katsuki knew better. Izuku did this whenever he was put into a corner. He pretended to back down, pretended to submit, but it was all a ploy. Katsuki looked at his green eyes, looking past the fake fear inside of them, and saw them analyzing and calculating. He needed to defuse this situation before it escalated, for the sake of both parties. That's what a hero would do. He knew Izuku didn't need to be protected, but just because someone doesn't need something doesn't mean they don't deserve something. Leave him alone. Katsuki took a step forward, putting himself between the wolf-playing sheep and the older boys. Why are you protecting him? You know he's just gonna kill you first when he finally snaps. The taller boy sneered. Katsuki didn't acknowledge the boy's words. I said, leave him alone. Go to class. Let's not get in trouble. Come on, Izuku, we don't want to be late. He half-turned, trying to get his friend to move. The older students apparently had a lot of pent-up emotions. Frustration, anger, indignation, just to name a few. The spiky-haired blonde boy tried to defuse the situation, but instead, his cold dismissal just set the boys off. The smaller one took a swing at Katsuki. The punch may have actually hit him if he hadn't been sparring with Izuku under the supervision of a top 10 hero for half of his life. Katsuki had great reflexes and easily dodged the punch. He stared back at the boy, his anger overruling his judgment. He was getting heated now and squared up to the two of them, putting Izuku behind him. The shorter boy took another swing, then another. Katsuki dodged them both easily, but then the taller boy joined in. The students surrounding the spectacle started cheering as the blonde avoided the punches from the taller students. However, in the end, they were bigger and he was outnumbered. A punch from the taller boy hit Katsuki straight in the jaw. He'd been hit harder, a lot harder, but it was still a solid hit. His vision went blurry for a second and he stumbled back. Before he could regain his footing, he felt something shoot past him at dizzying speed. He got his bearings back as a crash echoed through the hallway. He looked through the stars in his vision to see that Izuku had flown past him and tackled the boy who had punched him. Izuku was sitting on the larger boy's chest, pinning him to the ground. Katsuki could only see the back of his friend's head, but he could imagine the expression on his face. You do not hit Kaken! Izuku screamed at the top of his lungs, voice deepened with the unconscious activation of his quirk. Izuku reared his right arm back, clenched in a fist, and brought it down on the boy's face with furious, burning anger. With a loud, dull noise, the boy was knocked out. The punch was solid, but judging from the sound, Katsuki doubted any bones were broken. Izuku whipped his head towards the other aggressor, allowing Katsuki to see his eyes. They were glowing with the telltale energy of his quirk. They moved unnaturally, turning and focusing on the older student in a distinctly reptilian fashion. The other boy took a terrified step backwards, before turning and running down the hallway. The rest of the students followed suit, leaving the two friends with the unconscious student. The older students were suspended for 3 days for the fight, while Izuku was suspended for a week. Due to the testimonies of other students that he only dodged and tried to help, Katsuki was spared any formal punishment. His parents had come rushing to the school when they received the call. They met with the principal and after a brief meeting, they were on their way home. Izuku had barely spoken a word since the event, and he was still clearly fuming. Inko, in her wisdom, knew that Izuku needed to confront what he was feeling. She started gently. Izuku, honey, why did you hit that boy? Izuku thought for a moment. He was still angry, furious even, but not at her. He continued to glare out the window while he finally spoke. He hurt Kaken. You hit Katsuki all the time, and so does your father. She was playing devil's advocate to help encourage her son to think. That's different. We are training, helping each other. Izuku huffed. That's why you're not angry at your father when he hits Katsuki, but what about them hitting him made you so angry? You know he's tough enough to handle himself. Defending your friend is fine, but your anger went past that. Why? She was moving in for the metaphorical kill. That may have seemed like a harsh line of questioning for an 8-year-old, but Inko knew what she had to do to push her son to think. Because they were trying to hurt Kaken. They hit him. He trailed off for a moment as he considered what he wanted to say, thinking like his mother wanted him to. They hurt what's mine. Hisashi took the week of Izuku's suspension as vacation. Inko believed that he should be the one to oversee his punishment, as the incident was clearly Quirk-related. Early on Wednesday, the second full day of Izuku's suspension, he got a notification from his home security system that there was a car approaching down the driveway. Hisashi raised an eyebrow, moving over to the screen on the wall to view the security camera feed. He hadn't expected anybody that day until much later, after all. He flipped the screen on, watching the car come to a stop. He saw the man that stepped out of the car and his eyes widened. Then his brow furrowed. He made his way to the door, opening it as the man approached. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" Hisashi asked, a forced politeness in his voice. "I was in the neighborhood and decided to drop by," the man responded in kind. "I don't believe that for a second." "Fine. I came to talk about your son, in light of Reizu." Hisashi sighed. He had expected as much. "All right, come on in then." Izuku had woken up early that morning to finish his homework. Kaken had been coming over after school to bring it to him, which he was grateful for. It was mostly just busy work for him, of course, but he didn't want his grades to slip. He was already missing a week of school. Falling further behind was unacceptable. He sighed. He felt bad for hitting that boy, especially as hard as he did. He really didn't know what had come over him. Izuku remembered doing it, but his memory felt like he was watching someone else do that, not himself. It was honestly mostly a blur. One moment he was pretending to be scared, letting those bullies think they had him where they wanted him, and the next he felt something snap. Seeing those jerks hit Kaken had made him so unreasonably angry. Kaken was tough, he didn't need to be protected. But Izuku didn't need to be protected either, but Kaken stepped out anyway. He was just returning the favor to his friend. They protected each other like friends are supposed to do, right? That wasn't what it felt like, though. It felt natural to lash out at them. The moment that they hit his friend, they had made a mistake. They dared to hurt something of his, to disrespect him like that. It was an insult he could not stomach. But as soon as his rage had left him, he had felt disgusted. His anger on that ride home with his parents had been directed at himself, not the bullies. Those thoughts weren't heroic, his actions weren't heroic. His actions were past merely protective, they were possessive. He became angry at himself again, frustrated with his thoughts. He needed to talk to his dad about these feelings. His dad wouldn't judge him, and nobody could be better suited to help him. Izuku left his room and went to find his dad. But to his surprise, he heard his father talking to someone. His tone was a little heated, and the man he was talking to didn't sound much happier. He debated just going back to his room, but his curiosity got the better of him. He walked towards the back porch, pretending he didn't hear the voice and just walked right in. He planned on acting surprised as an excuse, but it turned out he didn't need to act. Sitting there next to his father was another man who looked quite similar to him, although a few years younger. His hair was pulled back in a small bun and was a golden blonde instead of his father's bronze. Two golden horns swept back across his head, starting right above his eyes, and two smaller horns stuck out on each side of his head. He had a long, wispy mustache and beard, and a shrewd look in his eyes. Izuku knew this man. This was the Gold Dragon hero Purifier. He stared at the man stared back. They both blinked. "Uncle Hatsuo? Why is he home? Isn't it a school day?" Hatsuo asked his brother after Izuku had been sent away to go play downstairs. Hisashi sighed. "He got suspended." "For what?" Eyebrow raised in vindication. "He got in a fight. He wasn't the instigator." Hisashi defended his son. "This is what I'm talking about, Hisashi." He pointed his finger at the table in emphasis. "He's dangerous. It's not his fault, but it is his fate. You know, he isn't an actual dragon," Hisashi said firmly. "He's a boy with a quirk. We are just a family with a quirk. You know, he has dangerous instincts. I can't believe you're still training him." Hatsuo folded his arms. "You're training a future villain. You know that. You know how strong our instincts become." You don't know my son. Hisashi was officially angry. There has never been a chromatic hero. The closest a chromatic can get to being a hero is not being a villain. Hatsuo was heating up too. Hisashi internally rolled his eyes. His brother had probably been sitting on that line for a while. Hisashi had lost enough of his temper to go for the throat. What would Dad say if he saw you now, wanting to throw your own nephew to the wolves? At least you might know. Hatsuo was reacting as he expected. Violently. I never got to know the man. It was all Hisashi this, Hisashi that. I was finally successful. I was finally worthy of his attention. And then on the day of my success, he was cut down. His voice lowered as he hissed through his clenched teeth. Bye. His brother. Blood doesn't mean a damn thing to these monsters. What, are you suggesting that I let you detain my son right now? To toss him in prison like the criminal he is? He asked sarcastically. Of course not. Just because Purifier isn't as high in the rankings as Stormclaw doesn't mean that I've suddenly forgotten how the law works. Hatsuo had stood up, his visit clearly coming to an end. I've come here to ask, no, beg you to stop training a chromatic dragon. You can't think that it's a good idea. No, I think it's a fantastic idea. Hisashi stood up as well. Izuku is a strong boy in more way than one. No amount of instinct is going to change his desire to be a hero. He wants nothing more than to protect, help, and befriend people. You say that after he got suspended for fighting? Hatsuo retorted. He was accosted, bullied by other students who just saw his family, and not him. He didn't react until they hit his friend. They attacked him and his friend because of who he was related to, and who they feared he would become, and not for who he is. Hisashi pointed an accusing finger. Exactly like what is happening right now. Hatsuo had made his way to the door. Fine. Disgrace our father's memory and train a chromatic. Just know that I'll always be looking out for you, brother. He said the word sardonically. When your son finally embraces his destiny and turns on you, I just hope I'll make it in time to stop him before he kills you. He slammed the door on his way out, leaving an angry and exasperated Hisashi behind him. Hisashi sighed and rubbed his forehead before letting out a small, tired chuckle. Well, that was melodramatic. Chapter 5. A Price Paid Willingly. Izuku was 12 when his father didn't come home from work one night. Sure, his father came home a little late sometimes, but Izuku was getting worried. His mother had started helping behind the scenes at the agency once it moved nearby, so she wasn't home either. He would have been home alone, but Uncle Masaru was over to babysit. His father told him that they were going to be home late tonight, but it was nearly midnight and they still hadn't even heard from them. Katsuki and he were both trying not to fall asleep. Izuku didn't want to sleep while his parents were still gone, and Katsuki wasn't going to fall asleep while his friends stayed up. While Masaru tried to hide his own worry, reading a book to calm his nerves. All three of them nearly jumped out of their skin when Masaru's phone rang. Inko, where are you? Masaru hastily asked when he finally answered. The two boys noticed the color quickly drain from his face, causing them to shoot a concerned glance at each other. All right, we'll be there as soon as we can. This definitely had the boys worried. He stood up, looking grim. Izuku, your father is in the hospital. Your mother didn't tell me how he's doing, but he's going into emergency surgery soon. Now, I'm sure he'll be fine, but you boys need to get ready. We're leaving right now. The boys sprang into action, not speaking a word. Truth be told, Izuku had expected something like this. His father was a top 10 hero, and the slight nervousness he detected when they left that morning let him know that something was happening. He knew how dangerous being a hero could be, but no child is ever truly ready for their parent to be hurt. The car ride over to the hospital was silent. Izuku doubted he would have heard them if either Bakugo said anything. Anyway, he was too deep in thought and worry. He was scanning through every news app he had on his phone, looking for any report of Stormclaw, but he found nothing, not even a sighting. That was his second clue. They arrived at the emergency department entrance and Masaru couldn't stop the boys before they jumped out of the car and dashed inside. They skidded to a stop once they got inside, looking frantically around for anyone they knew or any way to find Izuku's father. Boys! The boys whipped around just in time to get crushed in a great hug from Inko. After a few seconds, she let them go, before looking around. Did you run off without Masaru? Well, we were worried, Izuku responded. He looked at his mother. The traces of dried tears were still present on her face, although it looked like she had tried to clean them off. He knew his mother was just as emotional as he was, if not more so. He guessed that she wasn't crying now simply because she was out of tears for the moment. They waited a few seconds for an out-of-breath Masaru to jog into the building. He looked around quickly for the boys, calming down when he spotted them standing next to Inko. Masaru. Inko stood up to greet him properly. Thank you for bringing them so quickly. Let's head up. A smile attempted to make its way across her face, but failed. He's doing okay. He'll be okay. She sounded like she was reassuring herself just as much as them. They stepped inside and let the doors close as Inko selected the 4th floor button. The elevator ride was silent other than the odd sniffle from Inko. They stepped out of the elevator and began walking down a hallway. The hospital was eerily quiet and had a faint chemical smell that permeated everything. One more thing before we go in. She seemed to be uncomfortable with her words, as if she was coming to terms with them herself. She turned to face the 3 boys, stopping them in their tracks. They did what they could, and he's doing great, all things considered. But she took a deep breath, preparing herself. They couldn't save his left arm. The 3 gasped. Katsuki recovered first and turned to look at his friend, who was still stunned, eyes wide and staring into space. After a few more seconds, he jostled the boy, bringing him back to earth. Hey, nothing like that is gonna keep him down. Uncle Sashi is tough as hell. Izuku slowly nodded his head and the 4 of them continued walking. The only reason he wasn't crying is that he was still too shocked to properly process what was going on. So, we're clear on the story? The man wearing a light suit asked, peering through his spectacles. We are. But I'm telling you, he won't buy it. Hisashi laughed, which hurt. He was laying in a hospital bed, his chest covered in bandages. He was trying not to think about the limb he was now missing. Just let me do the talking, then. I'm sure you understand why we were told to keep this secret. I understand completely, but I'm telling you that it's going to be hard to try and trick him like this. The thin man sighed, pushing his glasses up his nose. And what do you suggest instead? He'll understand if we tell him it's a secret. Give him a little bite, something that will satisfy his worry, but not endanger what we did today. Hisashi coughed a bit. He was exhausted. I'll take it under consideration. Forgive me if I doubt the intuition of a 12-year-old. Hisashi laughed once, then hissed from the pain. Just remember, I warned you. Inko knocked on the door and led her son into the room. He waved a short goodbye to Katsuki and his father as he left them to wait outside. Izuku immediately noted the tall, thin man sitting in the corner of the room, but ran over to his father first. Dad! Izuku was crying, finally. Seeing his father in person brought him back to reality, and it brought his emotions back with him. He flew forward into his father's arm, careful not to touch his chest. Hey, kiddo! His father's voice was a little raspy and a lot exhausted. Are you going to be okay? Mom told me you were fine, but I want to hear it from you. I was so worried, and there was nothing on the news. Please tell me you're okay. Hisashi tried not to laugh a bit as his son's worried words flew from his mouth. If he hadn't gotten used to it over the years, he probably wouldn't have been able to understand him. I'll be okay after a few days' rest, I'd imagine. Hisashi caught his son stealing a glance at his left side and knew what question Izuku wanted to ask. Your old man isn't done yet. You mean? Izuku had wanted to ask, but he thought it wasn't the time. I'm not retiring, no. I'll have to take it easier, but Stormclaw isn't finished. He smiled as much as he could, causing his son to bury his face in his remaining arm and really begin to cry. His tears and shaking shoulders gradually slowed over the next few minutes as Izuku cried himself out and calmed down. He finally pulled his head back, wiping tears from his face. "Okay," he said shakily. He glanced at the man with the spotted tie in the corner and then at the missing arm. He took a deep breath and took a few seconds to collect his thoughts. What happened? Before anyone else could speak up, Izuku began to speak with a speed that was only rivaled by his deepest muttering sprees. "And don't tell me that it was an accident or anything like that. I know that, Sir Knight. Hello, sir, by the way." He bowed politely. "I would love to have your autograph if you can find the time. I know that, Sir Knight, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't something big. Sir, being here means All Might was probably involved, and if All Might was involved and you were involved, then that means that it was something really big." Sir Knight raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised that this child knew who he was. Izuku kept his satisfaction at that reaction to himself. "And if it was something big enough for both Stormclaw and All Might to be involved, and I assume other top heroes as well, and if Sir Knight is here to, I assume, lie to me to help cover it up, then I know it's probably bigger than anything else that I've ever heard of, bigger than Terraflame or anything else." Inko was half mortified and half proud with her son. She put a hand to her face, trying to contain her nervous laughter. "And if it's that big and that important to have all those heroes involved and to keep it so secret that there's not even a mention of it on any of the news outlets, then it's obviously too important to let me know about it." Izuku finally took a breath. "So, I guess I answered my own question, unless I'm wrong?" He turned to Sir Knight as he finished his rapid speech. Sir stared at him for a few seconds and blinked once. The boy hadn't even given him a chance to speak yet. Very astute young man. He put his hand to his chin as he made a sound that sounded a little like a chuckle. He turned and looked at Hisashi, who was just grinning. "Hey, I didn't say anything." "Indeed." Hisashi turned back to his son, placing his hand on his head. "Son, you know there are things we can't tell you. It's for your own safety." "I know, Dad." He nodded softly. "I'm just glad you're okay. I won't say anything." "What I can tell you," Izuku noticed Sir Knight tense up slightly, "is that I know you would be proud of what I did, and for what it's worth I would do it again." Izuku's eyes shook with emotion as he buried his head into his father's arm again. Sir Knight relaxed, then stood up, causing Izuku to look at him. "As long as you understand that we cannot speak at all about the matter, then I am no longer needed here." He shot a glance at the boy as he walked towards the door. Izuku understood the glance and backed out of his father's arm. He pulled out a notebook from, well, none of the adults in the room were quite sure from where, holding a blank page up to Sir Knight. The stoic man quickly penned his signature and left, giving a small bow to Inko as he did so. The boy ran outside to let the other visitors into the room. As he waved them in, Katsuki noticed a much happier look on his friend's face. "Was that Sir Knight?" he asked, curious and hoping to raise Izuku's mood. "Yeah." Izuku held up the signature. "I got his autograph too." "Whoa, that's like super rare." Katsuki was in awe. It helped that his enthusiasm cheered up his friend as well. After Masaru spoke to Hisashi for a while, "Sorry, Masaru. I guess I'll have to cancel next week's round of golf." And Katsuki was also assured that he was okay and that Stormclaw was not going to be retiring. The boys and Inko went home. As soon as their adrenaline died down, the boys' bodies abruptly reminded them that it was nearly 2 in the morning. They had barely started the drive home before they both fell asleep. Once home, Inko carried her sleeping boy inside, silently waving as Masaru drove away. She took him to his bedroom and laid him down, running her hand through his messy hair and giving him a loving kiss on the forehead before leaving him to sleep. She looked back at him as she left the room, worrying about the future like she often did. She took a deep breath and closed the door quietly behind her. "No matter how big you get, you'll always be my baby boy, Izuku." Hisashi stared out the window of the porch, thinking about the past few days and what the future held. He wound up taking a couple months off to recuperate. The damage he received to his chest was bad enough without him also losing an arm, so Inko forced him to rest for longer than he hoped. He knew that when he finally did go back to work, he was going to have to take it easier. He was only 40, he thought it's a shame that he was on the decline already. On the other hand, he figured his injury was a blessing in disguise in some ways. It would allow him to spend more time with his son, for starters. He still had 7 good years to train and teach his son before he got shipped off to UA after all, and he was going to use them. Izuku had made great strides in the recent years with his quirk physically, and he hadn't had another incident since he knocked that kid out 4 years ago. However, Hisashi knew that things were about to start changing. Izuku was starting puberty, which meant that his instincts were going to get stronger. He was hoping to put this off for a little bit longer, to let Izuku keep his innocence as long as he could, but especially with him having a brush with death, he couldn't justify that any longer. It was time for the talk. Hisashi guessed that most fathers didn't have to have this kind of talk. Instead of waiting any longer, Hisashi decided to tear the bandage off right that moment. He called for Izuku, who came quickly. "Yeah, Dad." Izuku was attentive, but cautious. He was expecting to be asked for help from his newly handicapped father, but didn't want to assume his father needed more assistance than what he asked for. He didn't want to insult him, after all. "We're going out to the beach. It's time we have a talk about our quirks," Hisashi said. His nerves made him sound grimmer than he had intended. Izuku looked understandably worried, but quickly followed his father outside. They walked along the beach in silence for a few minutes until they arrived at a rocky outcropping that they had often used as natural chairs. They sat down and listened to the waves lapping at the beach for a while, breathing in the fresh sea air. Finally, after Izuku looked like he was about to fidget out of his skin, Hisashi spoke. "Do you remember the talk we had 4 years ago? Right after you got suspended?" Izuku cringed slightly at the memory, but then nodded. "You told me that it was my quirk that gives me those weird impulses, like the one that made me lash out when those students hit Kaken." "Exactly. And I can't tell you enough how proud I am that you've been able to keep in control since then." His son smiled at the praise. "But I'm afraid there is a change going on in your life right now." Izuku blanched and his eyes went wide. Dad, if this is about the birds and the bees, then it's okay, you don't have to dash." No, it's about your quirk." Hisashi interrupted his son before he melted down. "Oh," he sighed, relieved. "Well, you were partially right." He held up a hand to stop Izuku from sputtering more. "Our quirks become more assertive during puberty." Izuku quieted down and thought for a moment before speaking. "So, what does that mean for me?" "I'm not sure, honestly. My father was the same type of dragon as me, so he could help me quite a bit. But there hasn't been a green dragon in our family for a long time." Hisashi cleared his throat. "But I have some idea. Izuku, we've talked about this before, about the difference between chromatic and metallic dragons, right?" Izuku nodded, fear in his eyes. "I suspect it will be something like that. Look at Terraflame or Fulgurite or even Frostheart. You're a smart kid. Extrapolate." Hisashi saw his son's brain go to work. He began to mutter, eyes darting along the ground as he considered what his father said. Then Izuku's face fell and Hisashi realized that he had messed up. Izuku started to tear up, a note of betrayal in his voice. "Are you saying you think I'm gonna be a VV villain?" Hisashi's eyes went wide, mentally slapping himself for being an idiot. No, nothing like that." Izuku sniffled. "Izuku, son, I don't think I could stop you from being a hero if I tried." He reached out with his remaining arm and placed it on his son's shaking shoulder. "I would never say that. I'm sorry that I let you even think that for a moment." His son breathed deep, trying to calm himself. "So what are you saying?" "I'm saying that it's not going to be easy." He gave him a kind, reassuring smirk. "Think of it as a challenge. Nobody is going to have to try harder than you, which means when you finally succeed, you're going to be better than everyone else." Izuku laughed a bit, a victory for his father. Kaken isn't going to take that lying down. I'm counting on it. Hisashi gave his son a reassuring jostle before releasing his shoulder. But I didn't just bring you out here to accidentally devastate and then encourage you. Another small laugh from Izuku. We are here to talk about your plan to deal with these things. We call them instincts, if you remember. I just have to ignore them, right? That's what I've been doing. Izuku began counting something on his fingers. His father didn't know what. Whenever I felt something weird like that time I knocked that kid out, I reason it away or remove myself from the situation. You want me to keep doing that? Well, that might work for a while, but now that you're getting older, it's going to be much harder. Izuku looked fearful again, so Hisashi quickly continued. We have a little trick that we've picked up to help us out whenever our quirk acts up like that. You have to give it what it wants, but in a way that works for you. Izuku was a little upset. He'd never thought of that before. He just stared back at his father. Let me give you an example. Your old man isn't as much of a saint as you might think. Whenever I do a job, such as saving someone or defeating a villain, my instincts demand that I be compensated for it. Izuku kept thinking, not reacting in horror as his father feared. So, instead of demanding or taking payment from the people I save, what do? You take a paycheck from the government. Izuku was catching on. So, instead of letting your desire make you a villain, you use it to keep yourself in line and be the best hero you can be, to keep from losing that paycheck and to try and get a bigger one. Exactly, he said proudly. Even after all these years, Izuku often impressed him. So, whenever you feel something start to pull at you, think about how you can make it work for you, rather than against you. Hisashi was a little proud of his ad-lib adage. What's something you feel sometimes? Let's work on what you can do. Izuku thought for only a moment, rubbing his chin once. How about the basic one, the first one I remember? I really like to manipulate people. It feels really satisfying when I get someone to change their mind or actions. So, as I said earlier, ignoring that desire will only cause you suffering once you can't contain it any longer. Hisashi pointed at him. So how can you make that work for you? Well, what if I convince them of something good? Like I can talk down criminals or calm victims. Izuku postulated. That's it. Find positive outlets. He tried to slam his fist into the open palm of his left hand but found it impossible. There's nothing that's inherently evil. Everything is about intent. The difference between a hero and a villain is a matter of perspective. Izuku nodded along to his father's words. I'm sure that I'm the villain in the stories of the people I defeat. If you play your cards right and use that big brain of yours, Hisashi poked his son in the forehead. You can be the hero in a lot of stories. He moved his hand down to hold the boy's shoulder again. You're the smartest boy I know, and I know that you can and will figure this out. Nothing's gonna stop you unless you let it. Remember that. Izuku smiled wide. I will. Thanks, Dad. He paused, before throwing his arms around his father's chest. I love you. I love you too, son. You make me so damn proud every day. Hisashi said softly into his son's hair, smile growing on his face. Hey, how about I teach you something new today? I think you're ready for it. Izuku's happy tears dried instantly as they were replaced with a look of excitement. He jumped off the rock and into a wide, ready stance. Yes, sir. Chapter 6. A Chance Encounter. Izuku was 17 when he almost died. In the past 5 years, Katsuki and Izuku had both grown up to be strong, fine young men. While Katsuki had been taller for all of their lives, in the past 2 years Izuku caught up and then passed him. It wasn't that surprising. His father was huge, while Katsuki's parents were pretty average height. More importantly for the two, they had both filled out with muscle. Especially since Stormclaw started taking it easier, the man was using his newfound free time to push his 2 charges even harder. It wasn't a strange thing for them to show up to school in the morning already exhausted physically. Not that Izuku minded being worn out at school. They were still being tutored privately, so he didn't worry about falling behind. No, he enjoyed being exhausted because it made it easier to get through the day. Ever since the incident 9 years ago, the other students had been much more wary of him. As he grew older, they only became more cautious around him. No longer was he greeted by every student when he entered a room, nor did he go out of his ways to befriend everyone. The other students knew that he was the son of a former top 10 hero, owned a powerful quirk, and didn't take crap from anybody. But he was nice enough and would help people with their homework if they asked him, and always did his part on group assignments. Perhaps they were intimidated. He was one of the taller kids in the class and certainly the most well-built, along with Katsuki. It didn't help that Izuku had green horns poking out of his hair above his eyes and that green ridge with black spikes that came down his neck. In addition, Izuku's demeanor was much more downcast than it used to be. He wouldn't talk much at school, and would be content going through the day speaking to nobody but his best friend. He was almost a completely different person compared to his normal, outgoing self that Katsuki knew so well. All those years ago, right when Izuku came back from suspension, Katsuki was worried about his friend. He didn't know how the other students would treat him. He was right to be worried because, as it turned out, they all gave him a wide berth. He couldn't blame them too much. It made sense to give space to the guy who knocked out a kid half again his size with a single rage-fueled punch. Katsuki was worried, but he wasn't good at expressing it. He hid it pretty well, or at least he thought he did. That day at lunch, when the two had been sitting on their own, Izuku spoke up. "You're worried about me now that I've lost all my friends." It was less of a question and more of a statement. Katsuki just looked over. Izuku was quietly writing in his notebook about a fight he saw on the way to school. "Don't be. I didn't lose anything of value. They weren't real friends. Not like you." So Katsuki didn't worry. Who could he trust if he couldn't trust his best friend? He let it go, and they continued in their school careers through elementary, middle, and junior high. They came to high school and nothing changed. Kids who didn't know just thought that Izuku was the quiet, smart kid with the muscular body and intimidating quirk. Kids who did know just didn't want to deal with it. Like he said, Izuku was content with Katsuki, at least for now. He felt that desire, his instinct to socialize with more people, but it just wasn't worth it to try at school. So he found other outlets. He would spend time at his father's agency, and he would try to get over to his cousin's agency once a month as well. He would talk with the interns and sidekicks there, and the occasional pro hero that had stopped by. Otherwise, he spent nearly all of his time with his parents, Katsuki, and Katsuki's parents. It was a small group, but it was enough for now. Sometimes, especially when he was busy with homework, he couldn't find a good outlet for his instincts. He would try anything to get them to quiet down for a bit, including socializing with random people he met on the street or in stores. Izuku didn't make any new friends that way, but just the act of socializing helped him to think straight. His father wasn't joking when he said that his family's instincts were powerful. He found new respect for his father, which was an impressive feat all on its own. When it got too bad, Izuku couldn't resist indulging himself. He would try to hold himself back as much as he could, but he remembered his father's words, that keeping this inside would only hurt him worse. So he let them out in amusing ways when he could. Well, amusing to himself anyway. He had a game he would play where he would place anonymous notes around the room to cause chaos, with each note having different handwriting on it so nobody could trace it back to him. Once he got the class to believe that 2 of the students were secretly twins. Another time he got the entire class to plan a surprise birthday party for their homeroom teacher, when it was certainly not their birthday. Then there was the one time he got 2 of the students who had been rude to him to get into a fight. He felt a little guilty for that one. Which is why Izuku was so grateful that his father ran him ragged. When he was exhausted, he didn't have the energy to have his instincts bother him. Quirks are physical abilities, after all, and being tired caused them to quiet down for a while. Sometimes, though, even his father's persistent boot camp wasn't enough, so he and his best friend came up with a new plan. There was a beach in town that they decided to adopt. Dagoba Beach used to be beautiful, but was now covered in mountains of garbage and scrap piled dozens of feet high. The plan they hatched was a solid one, and it kept them busy when Stormclaw was working and had the afternoons off. Dagoba is such an eyesore. Katsuki had said as they were driving past the beach on their way to his house from school. Yeah, Izuku sighed. It's a shame that the city seems to have just forgotten about it. Nobody even attempts to clean it up. We could. Izuku stared at him for a second. He was so tired that he needed to make sure that he heard correctly. Us? A whole beach? Sure, Katsuki shrugged. All Might is always going on about being a hero to your community by doing service like that. He said it in an interview last night. Did you not watch it? I fell asleep as soon as we got done training. I was gonna watch it when I got home. Well, what do you think? Izuku thought for a moment. I bet I can clear more trash than you can, Kaken. Katsuki put his competitive smirk on. Oh, you're on. We'll have that beach clean in no time. Besides, carrying all that junk will be good training. I'm glad I thought of it. You thought of it, huh? Izuku smirked. Yeah. See, I was watching this All Might interview yesterday. Izuku was interrupted by a backpack flying at his head, and then Auntie Mitsuki yelling at them to calm down. In the end, they decided to go to Dagoba after school when they could and clean it up. They couldn't go every day, but a couple times a week let them make swift progress, especially with two of them working. Izuku's father proudly supported their initiative and contracted a local company to take the trash off once the boys loaded it onto trucks. Today was one of the days that they had free to go to Dagoba, as it turned out. The final bell rang and the two boys walked out a bit behind the rest of their classmates. As Izuku was finishing up some notes in his notebook, Katsuki stretched his arms as they walked, still sore from their morning training. The boys left the school grounds and suddenly were walking in different directions. They both stopped. Kaken, this way is faster. Izuku sighed. He couldn't believe they were having this conversation again. Your shortcuts are dumb. This way is way more direct. But that way is dash, he sighed. How about we settle this? We race. Whoever loses has to admit defeat and go the other way until we've cleared the beach. Deal. Katsuki immediately took off running. I didn't say go yet. Izuku's words fell on deaf ears. He grumbled as he bolted off in his chosen direction. Izuku's path was more winding than Katsuki's, that's for sure, but it avoided the high traffic areas and major villain hotspots. On a perfect day, Katsuki's was faster, but Izuku's was more consistent. He would just have to run fast and hope that Katsuki got caught in a crowd. He was so focused on keeping up his speed that he didn't notice the manhole cover in front of him oozing slowly with slime. He ran right over it, accidentally stomping into the sludge. His foot was immediately snagged, tripping him and slamming him face down onto the concrete path. His backpack flung off of him and scattered everywhere, and the sludge started oozing up his leg, engulfing him. Izuku began freaking out, which wasn't unexpected. He looked down in horror as the sludge covered his other leg and creeped up toward his waist. Struggle as he might, he couldn't break free. He quickly turned his hand into a green claw with deadly sharp points and slashed at the sludge. Cut through, but the sludge just reformed and kept moving, unabated. Just when he thought he couldn't get any more horrified, an eyeball popped out of the manhole, followed by another, and then a sinister-looking, tooth-filled grin as well. The twisted face of the villain came into view, grinning wide with malice. Izuku reached up and tore his shirt off, then managed to lift himself upright. He strained as two dappled green wings sprouted from his exposed back. He tried with all his might, but even with his wings, he couldn't pull himself free. I like it when my invisibility cloaks have a lot of fight in them, the villain sneered as he engulfed the rest of his body, beginning to suffocate the teen. And it looks like you've got a hell of a quirk, kid. Thanks. Izuku let his wings fade back into his body, wanting to conserve energy. The sludge was forcing its way down his throat, but he was fighting back. His body strained and struggled the entire time, never submitting. Izuku let his power well in his chest and exhaled mightily, forcing the sludge out of his throat as a roar of thick, green gas poured from his mouth. He took a great gasp of air, coughing and hacking. The poison flew into the sky, away from the villain and dispersed. The villain seemed angered, but amused. Just stop fighting. It'll make it easier for the both of us. Izuku glared into the villain's sadistic eyes with defiance. His own eyes were glowing a bright shade of green, irises entirely invisible. Scales were forming and vanishing all along his body as he struggled and fought. Rending claws split the villain open but proved futile in the end as the sludge just flowed back together. Funny how things work, Izuku thought as his vision blurred. The first villain I encounter and he's basically immune to my quirk. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. He tried to use his breath attack again, but the villain was ready for it this time and didn't give him the opportunity. It feels like I've been struggling for a while. It must have at least been several minutes. He was struggling to stay conscious. Why isn't anybody helping me? I think I'm dying. Suddenly, Izuku found himself flying into the air. His blurred vision could make out the roofs of the surrounding buildings shrinking below him. Oh, I'm dead. I guess I'm going to heaven, though. That's good. He was too delirious to think clearly. A large hand grabbed him by the arm and wrenched him free from the sludge. He vaguely comprehended that none of his other senses were working, as even his vision had stopped responding. He only remembered the faint sensation of being held when consciousness left him. Izuku slowly awoke, his head pounding. This doesn't feel like heaven. This hurts. Oh, I must have gone to hell instead. Mom's gonna be so mad. A faint noise entering his barely functional ears made him open his eyes groggily. Above him, a little close for comfort, was the wide, confident grin of All Might. Izuku shot up and began to hack violently, coughing up pieces of sludge as his brain and senses roared back to full capacity. Young man, I'm glad you're okay. I thought I lost you there for a bit. All Might spoke loudly. What's your name? Do you know who you are? All Might was checking for signs of concussion. Izuku hacked up a few more pieces of sludge. CCA-. Another cough. Can I have your autograph? That's a strange nah. All Might's smile fell slightly for only a moment, before returning, brighter than ever as he began laughing uproariously. Izuku took several deep breaths, making sure his lungs were fully clear. He stumbled to his feet shakily. I'm serious. Why, you're my second favorite hero of all time. Right after my dad, sorry. This caused All Might to laugh again. And who is your father, young man? He raised a strong kid. Stormclaw at All Might, sir. You're Hisashi's boy? The surprise was evident on the hero's face. I know him well. Izuku threw his arms wide in frustration. I know you do. I keep trying to get him to get your autograph, but he always forgot to do it. All Might's voice faltered as he rubbed the back of his head. Well, we are busy men. Sometimes you, forget things. Izuku took a centering breath and then bowed deeply. Thank you for saving me, All Might. Can I ask you what happened? You are welcome, young Midoriya. All Might gave a big thumbs up. And certainly, let me regale you with the tale. All Might stood tall and gestured as he recounted the events. I encountered this villain earlier, but he slipped into the sewers. It turns out that this city's sewer system is rather confusing to navigate. He laughed once. It seems that in his effort to escape me, he attacked you. So you have my apologies, young Midoriya. I am thankful that you are all right. Thank you for your concern, All Might. Midoriya bowed politely again, not believing that All Might was apologizing to him. But what happened next? I kinda blacked out. Where's the villain that attacked me? Well, you were engaged with the villain on top of the manhole. Once I located the villain, I jumped into action. You two were blown into the sky, along with the manhole cover. He pointed over his shoulder to where Izuku saw the cover embedded halfway in the side of a building. Once airborne, I pulled you free and blew the villain away. He flexed impressively and threw a punch to illustrate his point. After I got you safely to the ground, I collected the villain in these handy bottles. He proudly held 2 soda bottles aloft. both filled with green sludge. Whoa, that's so cool. Midoriya's eyes were wide in admiration and awe. He came back to Earth as he remembered his earlier question. Oh, about that autograph. All Might smiled and tossed him his notebook labeled Hero Analysis for the Future number 15. Izuku quickly opened it, flipping through to find a blank page. Once he was about halfway through, he was stunned to see a giant, All Might's signature covering 2 pages. Finally, he literally jumped for joy. Thank you, All Might. Not a problem, young Midoriya, All Might said with his smile shining in the sunlight. Always happy to meet a fan, especially if he's Stormclaw's son. Oh, I should let Kakin know where I am. He's probably most of the way to the beach by now. Izuku pulled out his phone and sent a text, followed by his location. Well, if there's nothing else, All Might asked, then I'll be off. Wait, Izuku held out his hand to stop the man. I have something I need to ask you. All Might stopped and thought for a second. Sure, I have time, but only if you put a shirt on. Izuku blanched. In his excitement, he forgot that he had ripped his shirt off. Sure. He pulled out a spare shirt from his backpack as All Might sat down on the curb. Katsuki was almost to the beach when he heard Izuku's notification sound go off on his phone. He was initially furious that he had somehow lost the race, and whipped out the phone to see what taunt his friend had sent. To his surprise, the message read, "Villain attack delayed me. Trust me, you need to be here." The message was followed with Izuku's location, barely 5 minutes away from where their race began. He turned around and started jogging back. Katsuki let out a short sound of exasperation. Knowing Izuku, it was probably some small-time thug that got taken down by one of the local heroes. They knew Izuku by name at this point with how often he found himself at crime scenes. If nothing else, Katsuki needed to go back and drag his friend by the ankle away from the hero or they would never get to the beach today. So, Izuku began nervously, Come, young Midoriya, spit it out. You. He took a deep breath. You fought Terror Flame Milt years ago and wanted dash. Whoa. All Might held his hands up to stop the boy. Slow down. I don't have super hearing. Halfway between those 2 speeds would be great. He took another deep breath. Sorry, All Might, sir. I wanted to ask you about Terraflame. Oh, All Might's smile faltered for a second. He's related to you, is he not? Yeah, he's my father's uncle, my great-uncle, and Midoriya was hesitating. This was All Might, the #1 hero. He was the greatest. He wouldn't judge him, right? Midoriya sighed and braced himself. He held his arm up and let it grow his green scales. Over the years, they had changed from a dark, nearly black color to a vibrant green the same color as his hair. He sometimes admired them. He liked to think they were beautiful, but what they represented cast a dark shadow over him, and I'm like him. He sounded defeated, ready to have the hero rebuke him. All Might didn't react with fear or hesitation, nor anger. He barely reacted at all. What do you mean by that, young Midoriya? I see you have your father's quirk, and he is a great man. Oh, Izuku thought. He doesn't know. That's why he didn't react. I have the dragon quirk. Yes, but I don't have my father's quirk. Midoriya considered stopping while he was ahead, but figured that he was already committed. My family quirk is divided into 2 categories. He held up one hand. Metallic dragons are people like my father and his father, heroes like Silverlight. The other half is called chromatic. He held up his other hand, the one covered in green scales. Those are people like Fulgurite, Terraflame, and me. And you're worried that you're going to end up like them? Yes, Izuku exclaimed. I am trying my hardest, but sometimes... He sighed again. You knew Terraflame, right? In a sense. We did battle 3 times before I finally brought him in. But that was over 20 years ago, young man. What was he like? What was he like? All Might repeated the question, confused. Well, is exceedingly arrogant and full of himself. He refused to submit even when beaten. He was cruel and terrifying. Even those poor souls that he cowed into his service were nothing more than expendable pawns to him. Regret and revulsion was palpable in his voice. He was a fearsome foe, and fought with a fury and a spitefulness that is rarely matched. He is one of the most truly evil men I've ever had the displeasure of meeting. All Might, Izuku said, voice cracking. I have a villain's quirk like Terraflame. Nobody alive knows him better than you, and I'm trying my hardest, and all of my friends and family have done nothing but support me. But dash. Young Midoriya, All Might interrupted. You seem to be dancing around your point. What are you asking me? A single tear escaped his eye. Can I still be a hero if my quirk wants me to be a V-villain? If I have a quirk like Terraflame's? All Might paused for a moment, then asked, do you want to be a hero? Yes, more than anything. Izuku's voice was full of teary-eyed conviction. Then of course you can. All Might started laughing his triumphant laugh. Young man, being a hero comes from the heart. I know that your family's quirk is unique in many ways, but it is still just a quirk. You make the choices in your life, not it. So yes, you can be a hero. Izuku knew it wasn't that simple. The dragon quirk affected his mind and emotions. How could he ever truly be free of it? He had once thought it was that simple, but over the past 5 years, his instincts have done nothing but get stronger. Every day he doubted himself more. Every day it was harder to resist. All Might saw that doubt in his face and spoke again. Nothing can change the desires of your heart, young Midoriya. As long as you stay true to that, nothing will keep you from your dream. He had been told things like that before, but hearing it from someone that wasn't his family, someone like All Might, someone who knew Terraflame, it made all the difference in the world. Izuku started to cry. He had really hoped to keep that from happening around All Might, but he's his mother's son in the end. All Might was right. He wanted nothing more in his heart than to be a hero, and nothing would change that. He would take this damn quirk and do as his father told him. He would bend it to his will and make it work for him and not the other way around. Thank you, All Might. It took Katsuki a good 10 minutes to jog back, and by the time he arrived, he was confused again. If there was a villain attack, where was the crowd? He was almost to the street corner that Izuku had sent in his message, and there wasn't a single person around. He wheeled around the corner, seeing his friend casually sitting on the sidewalk. Oi, Izuku, what the hell are you do dash? Katsuki stopped. Izuku wasn't sitting alone. In fact, he was sitting next to someone that he recognized. Oh hey Kaken, Izuku called out to him. Come meet All Might. This was probably a dream, Katsuki reasoned. Why else would he come around the corner into some forgotten walking path to find his best friend casually sitting next to the #1 hero and his idol, All Might? So, I figured out that the villain was hiding on the 3rd floor. All Might was apparently telling Izuku stories, because sure, why not? Oh, hello young man. All Might called out to him. You must be young Bakugo. Okay Katsuki, act cool. Yeah. Nailed it. Young Midoriya here was telling me that you two are hoping to become heroes. It's always good to meet the aspiring champions of our future. Come on Kaken, don't just stand there. Izuku waved him over. Katsuki looked at his friend and noticed that it looked like he had been crying. This got Katsuki to finally move his feet. He slowly walked over to the two, doing his best to look aloof. He was pretty sure All Might would be fooled, but he had doubts about his friend. Come on, sit down. All Might was just telling me about that ice villain he took down last month. Izuku's smile was in danger of coming off of his face. Katsuki plopped down next to his friend. He tried to keep his scowl on, but his face wasn't having it. Eventually, he just gave in to the smile. Right, where was I? In the end, they spent almost an hour talking to All Might. Eventually the hero had to go and turn the sludge villain in to the police, so he stood up to leave. It was a pleasure talking to you young men. All Might gave them his big thumbs up. I'm sure I'll be hearing great things about you very soon. I assume you two are aiming to attend UA. Yes, sir, Izuku responded with eagerness. You went there, Katsuki said, smirking. So there's no better place for the next top 2 heroes to go. Oh, All Might raised an eyebrow. Those are lofty goals. You boys better be ready to try your hardest. Every day of our lives, Katsuki said confidently, punching his hands together to set of a small puff of smoke. Oh, one more thing before you go, All Might. Izuku knew he was pushing it, but this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why are you here in Mizutofu? Your agency is in Minato, Tokyo, and Dash. Young Midoriya. All Might stopped him before he got started. You know as well as anybody that there are some things you can't tell others, especially when you're a hero. Yes, of course. Izuku quickly bowed in apology. I can't thank you enough for what you told me and the time you spent with us. It's the least I could do, young Midoriya. It was a pleasure meeting you as well, young Bakugo. He gave them a salute, before gripping the bottles with the villain in them firmly and leaping into the sky, soaring off over the skyline. Whoa, was all Katsuki could say. His smirk failed to contain his grin again. Yeah, whoa. Izuku was also smiling like an idiot. Part of him was wondering why All Might had been so willing to spend time with him. Perhaps it had to do to that mysterious event 5 years ago. But in the end, most of him was just glad to have met the man in person. Izuku stood tall, remembering what he had said to him. Nothing can change the desires of your heart, young Midoriya. Chapter 7. The Start of Something Grand. Suddenly, the boys were 18. They were gathered in the Bakugo household, getting ready to have breakfast on a sunny late February morning. Specifically February 26th, the day of the UA entrance exam. Izuku, Katsuki, and each of their parents were there, enjoying each other's company before the big event. Inko and Masaru were preparing the meal, chatting happily, while Hisashi and Mitsuki were sitting at the table talking about local politics. Izuku and Katsuki were both sitting quietly in the living room, nervous out of their minds. Izuku showed it outwardly, but Katsuki kept it inside. Everyone in the room knew him well enough to not be fooled, however. The parents gave their children space, supporting them with their presence without drowning them and adding to their stress. Eventually, Masaru called the boys to breakfast. They began to de-stress as they ate, delicious food helping to calm their minds, and the steady, upbeat attitudes of their parents bolstering their hearts. They ate their fill, and all too soon, it was time for them to leave. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. I know you'll do great. Inko crushed her boy in a hug as she cried proud tears. His father came up to him and put his arm on the boy's shoulder. Knock 'em dead, son. Show Yue who you are. I will. Thanks, Mom, Dad. Izuku was starting to get emotional as well. I would say, try your hardest and do your best. But I don't have to worry about that, do I? Masaru had his left hand on his son's shoulder, and his right extended towards his son. Katsuki gripped it in a firm handshake. Damn straight. Mitsuki ruffled her son's hair. Kick ass and take no prisoners. I never do. Katsuki smirked. He gave his parents a last goodbye, then walked toward the door. Come on, man. We're gonna miss the train. Coming. Izuku gave his parents one last big hug each and then ran after his friend who was already halfway to the street. Wait up, Kaken. The train ride was quiet, at least between the two. There were plenty of other commuters conversing to keep the volume up, but not loud enough to disturb them. Izuku was going over his study notes, while Katsuki looked like he was mentally preparing himself. All too soon, they arrived at the gates of UA. They had seen them before, but never had they actually walked inside of them. The impressive, mostly windowed building towered overhead, and students of all shapes and sizes were walking into the building. They stood outside the gates, ready to take the step forward into the future. Well, Kaken. Izuku took a deep breath, smelling the air. We're here. Finally, time to show this school what real heroes look like. Smoke popped from his right hand. You remember our deal, right? Izuku flexed his own right hand, sending scales flashing across it. Course I do. He grew a sadistic smile. I'm looking forward to my prize. They had started walking towards the building entrance. So confident. I hope you're that confident once I win. As if you have a chance. Izuku changed subjects. Who do you think will be Dash? Suddenly, Izuku was falling forward, tripping over his own feet. Katsuki reached out to grab his arm. Damn it, Deku. Deku. A nickname that Katsuki had given him, based on an alternative reading of his name. He had first called him that years ago. Back when they were around 4 or 5, Izuku couldn't remember exactly. Of course, that wasn't the only nickname he gave to Izuku, but it was the one he used most often. It basically meant useless, and Katsuki used it whenever he wanted to scold or antagonize him. Izuku gave his friend guff right back, and the boys never took their insults to each other personally. Hurry up, Deku, Katsuki puffed, jogging with a rusted car door on his back. They were nearing the end of their day at Dagoba on a warm summer evening. They were both exhausted. Come up here and say that to my face. Izuku was hauling a set of tires, lagging a few steps behind him. Go to hell. You're barely taller. He would use it to goad Izuku into running one more lap, pushing a little farther on a set of weights, or sometimes just to elicit a reaction out of him. His parents had been worried when they first heard Katsuki call him that, thinking that he was being cruel, but then they saw the playful smiles on both of the children's faces. It was all good-natured fun, and just like nearly everything else in their relationship, it was there to push them both to be stronger. Izuku had his own ways to antagonize his friend as well. Come on, is that all you got, Dandy? Dandy? What the hell are you talking about? The boys were about 10 when this particular nickname came about. Izuku had beaten his friend in a spar, knocking him flat on his back. Katsuki was panting on the ground. Well, look at you, Kaken. Look at that hair and tell me you don't look like a dandelion. Oh, you're a dead man. Katsuki roared back to his feet, ready to go. Izuku smiled and put his fists back up. Hisashi was on the sidelines, trying not to laugh. Izuku stopped falling. Katsuki had reached out to grab his arm, but it wasn't him that stopped the fall. Izuku stared at the ground. It wasn't coming closer to him. There was nothing preventing him from falling, but the ground wasn't moving. Sorry, I stopped you with my quirk. Izuku slowly turned to his left, still keeping an eye on the ground to make sure he didn't suddenly start falling like he should be. He looked up at a girl standing next to him, hand outstretched to touch his backpack. I should have asked first, but I figured you wouldn't mind. Bad luck and all that. She smiled a blindingly cheery smile. Katsuki pulled his friend back to his feet. The girl placed her fingers together, which glowed pink for a moment, and then with a faint flowing sensation, Izuku felt his weight return to him. Izuku stood upright, still staring at the ground as if he didn't trust it. He moved his vision up to look at the girl, and then he kept moving his eyes up. He met her eyes above his own. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Katsuki's and his heights had both stabilized over the last year. They were basically fully physically mature and couldn't expect to grow more. Katsuki stood about 5 feet 10 inches, same height as his father. Izuku was taller and stood at 6 foot even. That put him about 4 inches shorter than his father, but his mother was a short woman. This woman standing in front of him, however, was at least an inch or two taller than him. He was about eye level with her lips, and as he looked up to see the rest of her face, his breath was taken away. Her face was slightly rounded, and big brown eyes looked at him happily. Her hair, the same color as her eyes, was in a bob cut, but seemed to be unnaturally voluminous, as if it were floating. She had 2 longer bangs hanging down, framing her face, which appeared to have a slight permanent blush. She was beautiful. Anyway, sorry again. Good luck on the exam. She walked off towards the building, leaving the two boys behind her. What the hell was that, Izuku? Katsuki shoved his friend's shoulder to snap him out of it. You froze. You never freeze like that when you meet a new person. Izuku was still staring at the girl, watching her walk away. He noted her athletic build underneath her winter clothes and smiled dumbly. She's real pretty, Kakin. What the hell, man? Izuku came back to his senses as the girl left his vision. Katsuki rolled his eyes and the two made their way to the testing center. They picked up the exam and made their way to a great hall filled with desks and dividers, at least large enough to fit 500 students. They exchanged a silent fist bump as they went to sit at their assigned seats. The test itself wasn't too difficult. It was challenging, sure, and long, but it wasn't anything they weren't prepared for. Looking over it, it seemed like it hadn't changed much since his father took it, at least in structure. Izuku did great on the basic physics, chemistry, and math segments, as well as the history, reading comprehension, and hero law sections. He took a little longer than he would have liked on the ethics section, but he felt like he did well in the end. After the grueling 2 hours it took for them to finish the test, he and Katsuki were sitting outside, eating the packed lunches and waiting for the practical to begin. They spent the time comparing answers on questions they struggled with, but overall it seemed like they had both done very well. Izuku hoped he did better. He didn't want to lose their bet. Near 1 o'clock, the two made their way to the assembly hall where they would be briefed about the upcoming practical portion of the exam. The UA entrance exam was a grueling marathon, but being a hero wasn't easy. The boys found their spots next to each other and sat down. The lights dimmed as the big screen behind the stage started displaying the famous, golden logo of UA. President Mike took the stage and greeted the students with his trademark unflappable enthusiasm. Izuku perhaps wasn't listening as closely as he should have been. He heard something about robots, points, and there was this one deafening silence that he registered. Instead of paying attention, he was too busy gushing under his breath. Holy crap, it's President Mike. I listen to his show every day of the week. It's so cool that all of the UA teachers are pro heroes. I hope I can get all of their autographs before I graduate. Surely, it can't be that hard. I'll be here for 4 years. But I still can't wait. I wonder who my homeroom teacher will be. Oh man, I hope it's Snipe or maybe Vlad King, although I don't even know if Dash. Shut the hell up, Izuku, damn. Katsuki elbowed him in the side. Your dad is a pro, and you met All Might last year. Get a hold of yourself. Izuku apologized silently and turned to pay attention. It wasn't to be, however. There was just too much excitement going on that day for him to keep focused. The muttering started again, but maybe a little quieter. He was interrupted again, this time by an examinee asking some unnecessary question of President Mike. Izuku faintly registered that the examinee was talking, but what really got his attention was when he turned and pointed directly at Izuku. You, with the me dash, the boy stopped, a flash of recognition on his face. Midoriya, you are distracting the examinees around you. Please, silence yourself. Midoriya clapped his hands over his mouth, gesturing apologies. Warned you, Katsuki whispered smugly. Midoriya finally started listening to President Mike as he finished up his explanation. As General Napoleon Bonaparte once laid down, a true hero is one who overcomes life's misfortunes. So, get out there and don't let nothing slow you down. Come on, listeners. This is the first day of the rest of your lives. Let me hear you. Go beyond. Plus ultra. The students all cheered back as the pro hero's grin shone. Izuku and Katsuki were split up, of course. While they were disappointed that they wouldn't get to show each other up in person, they still wished each other good luck and exchanged another fist bump. They loaded onto their different buses and were shipped out to their assigned battle centers. Izuku stepped out of the bus, leaving his backpack in his seat. He looked over the massive walls and gate and whistled. This fake city was huge. He could see skyscrapers at least 20 stories tall over the walls. This was going to be fun. He began to theorize different strategies of attacks and ways to optimize damage while minimizing the strain on his body from using his quirk. He was muttering softly to himself, and after a few minutes his eyes wandered over the crowd. He saw the tall, brown-haired girl that caught him outside the entrance. His mind stopped planning. It stopped doing much of anything. His entire mental processing capabilities were devoted to him staring at this woman. He was snapped out of it by a hand grabbing his shoulder. Midoriya. He turned to see the boy from earlier staring down at him. Izuku was usually the tallest guy in the room when his father wasn't here, but this guy had at least 3 inches on him. We both know that your father could, and would, get you into UA on recommendation. Why are you here? I wouldn't want that. I want to prove myself, Tenny. Izuku smiled back at the stern boy. Midoriya. The man recoiled in shock at the name. It has been over a decade since we have seen each other. We hardly know each other anymore. That old name is hardly appropriate. Okay. Fine, Tenya Ida. Izuku gave him a big smile as he reached for the bottom of his shirt. I guess I'll just have to earn your friendship back. Looking forward to seeing you in school. He lifted his shirt over his head and took it off. He wrapped it up and tucked it into one of his pants pockets. That is hardly appropriate. Many of the other examinees had turned to look at the tall, buff man taking his shirt off. Come on, Ida. You know my dad. Yes, but it's February. I'll be fine once we get moving. Izuku focused as 2 great dappled green wings sprouted from his back, causing many onlookers to gasp slightly. Izuku closed his eyes, flexing and moving his wings, getting the feel for them in this cold weather. It was like stretching out a limb that had fallen asleep. Right, let's start. Present Mike called out from on top of a tower. There are no countdowns in real life. You're wasting airtime, people. Ochako Uraraka was having a hell of a day. She was at UA after all. This was perhaps the most exciting day of her life. Things started off strangely, though. When she was walking in, this guy tripped and almost fell on his face, but she was there to stop him. It was basically reflex for her. She didn't even register that his friend was reaching out to grab him. She apologized for using her quirk, but he didn't seem too upset. He did act a little strange, though. He stood up and just sort of stared at her. He was kinda cute, all things considered. His big green eyes were wide, looking at her with fascination, and those cute little horns were sticking out from his messy green hair. His face was attractive, and he looked pretty cut under that tight shirt he was wearing. But he didn't say anything, and she was starting to feel awkward, so she just wished them luck and walked off. Maybe he wasn't used to seeing women taller than him. She got that a lot. She blamed her father's genes and her quirk for that one. She shook her mind of it and went in to take the test. It was here where she felt the drawbacks of her smaller town education. She studied as hard as she could, and she was no slouch, but she was certainly not one of the first ones to finish. She looked around for the green-haired boy or his blonde friend, but didn't see them. It wasn't until they packed onto the bus to ship off to Battle Center B that she saw the tripping guy again. His friend wasn't with him, which she guessed was to keep them from working together. He sat on the bus and chatted up the boy who sat next to him. He seemed to be a genuinely nice guy, unlike the weird French guy who sat next to her and stared at himself in a mirror the entire time. She was calming herself down outside of the fake city when she heard a commotion behind her. The green-haired man and the blue-haired one who interrupted Present Mike were talking. They seemed to know each other, but the taller one didn't look like he knew how to relax. What really got her attention was when the boy she had helped started taking his shirt off. Yeah, he was ripped. She tried to keep the blush from her face. Why is he taking his shirt off? She thought to herself. Not that I mind too much. Oh, green wings sprouted from his back as he seemed to be focusing, like she should have been doing. That explained it. It wasn't more than a few seconds after that when Present Mike unceremoniously declared that the exam had started. The winged boy reacted before anyone else. He took a great leap into the air and with a beat from his wings, flew forward over all of their heads and into the city. She pushed the distraction from her mind and focused on the task at hand, She had one chance to make it into UA and she wasn't going to mess it up. The first several minutes of the exam passed in a blink of an eye. It was rhythmic for her, almost ritualistic. She found a robot, pressed one of her hands against it, felt the weight flow through her, toss it into the sky, then release it and let it crash back down. This same process repeated itself time after time. By the halfway point, she had already accumulated nearly 40 points. She maybe could have had more, but she kept catching glances of that green-haired boy. I should stop calling him that, she mused. What did his friend call him? Deku? I liked the sound of that. Deku was tearing the robots apart. She saw him throwing them into each other. She saw him tearing them to pieces, and once she thought that she saw him spitting some pieces of metal out of his mouth. He's one to keep my eye on. If no, Ochako, when I get in, I'll make sure to ask him about his training regimen. He's really fit. She watched him tear a robot's head off with his bare hand while she dropped a piece of rubble on top of a pair of two-pointers in front of her. He never seemed to notice her, though. 62, she heard him say, a bit ahead of her own score. She would have to catch up. She turned to run towards another group of robots, hoping to take some for herself. She felt bad for some of the others who couldn't keep up, but this was a competition and she couldn't afford that luxury right now. Besides, this was a test to see who has what it takes to be a hero. They only accept the best. Then, everyone stopped. What felt like an earthquake started shaking the city. People looked around in horror until the source was found. Towering well over the 20-story building next to it was a gigantic robot, the zero-pointer that President Mike warned them about. Time seemed to resume as people realized what was going on. The explanation they had received seemed woefully inadequate when compared to the behemoth in front of them. Everyone started running, Ochako included. President Mike had even recommended as much, that they should avoid it instead of fighting. The robot brought its mechanical fist down, sending debris and shockwaves through the whole city. The building next to her, already weak from nearby battles, shattered and crumbled. She caught one giant piece of rubble that was falling on her and tossed it to the side with her quirk. However, she wasn't fast enough to catch the second one. With a sickening crunch, Ochako was slammed into the ground, her foot and ankle pinned underneath a giant slab of concrete. Tears welled in her eyes as she screamed in pain. She recovered her senses after a few seconds and tried to reach down to lift the debris from her legs. Struggle as she might, she couldn't reach her ankle in the position she was trapped in without dislocating or breaking her leg further, and even then she probably couldn't reach. She felt the rumbling get closer and craned her neck over her shoulder to see the titanic robot rolling nearer and nearer. The monster stopped overhead, before turning its gaze down upon her. She felt her blood run cold as it seemed to stare into her soul with its giant red eyes. The robot reared its arm back and began driving it down towards her, fist clenched. She reached her arms up to meet the impending doom. There was almost certainly no way that she was going to be able to stop the fist, but she had worked too hard to go down without a fight. She prepared herself to throw the full weight of her quirk behind the attempt. Nobody would say that Ochako Uraraka died a coward's death. Death never came. Instead, a great rush of dust and wind blew her hair around and made her close her eyes. When she was able to force them open, she saw that the fist had stopped moving. The robot had stopped. No, that wasn't it. Someone had stopped the robot. She blinked the dust out of her eyes and saw a strange, misshapen form in front of her. The zero-pointer's fist was groaning under the pressure being put on it. She saw a green mop of hair and recognized her savior. His wings were gone, but what she saw made her mouth drop open. His right arm was massive, nearly the size of the rest of his body combined. It was covered in green scales and had a large black spike sticking out of the elbow. Down from his arm, green scales covered his back along with a green ridge down his spine. His razor-sharp black claws dug into the metal of the robot's fist, but the robot surged forward with renewed effort, causing Deku to be pushed back. It was then that she noticed his leg. It wasn't massive like his arm was, but it was certainly different. It had burst out of his pants, leaving them tattered halfway up his thigh. The leg was covered in the same scales, green like his hair, but that wasn't what was odd. The entire lower part of his leg was misshapen. His leg was digitigrade, his ankle joint having moved up his leg to form what resembled a second inverse knee. His shoe was long gone. A giant green claw tipped with the same black claws had blown it to pieces. His clawed foot dug into the ground, and his arms strained under the giant metal fist. He turned back and looked straight into her eyes. She gasped slightly. His eyes were no longer the cute green orbs, but intense, glowing spheres. She couldn't even see his irises, only the bright green light. His little horns on his head and grown, now hanging over his eyes and sweeping back slightly to form a sort of ridge or crown. "Can you move?" Deku grunted as the metal above him cracked. "You need to get out, before it crushes me." Crushes him? No, there's no way I'm letting that happen. I have to do something. She looked around for something she could use, and her eyes landed on the first chunk of concrete she had avoided. Deku roared with effort as the robot attempted to push down again. His arm bulged slightly larger, and the spiked ridge along his spine grew longer. His leg dug deeper into the asphalt road. Despite all of his effort, he was losing the fight. She reached out and touched the debris. All in all, it was probably around a cubic yard of concrete and rebar. It would have to do. She felt the weight of the object flow down and out of her, and she picked up the nearly massless object with ease. She wrenched herself around so she was almost facing the zero-pointer and threw it with all of her might. Deku was nearly finished. She heard the groaning of his muscles and bones under the pressure of the mechanical monster. The chunk flew closer and closer to the chest of the Titan, and she could only hope it was fast enough. With a faint crack, she heard something in his back give way. He screamed in agony, but refused to quit. Thanks to the near weightlessness of the concrete, she was able to throw it with great speed. Now came the hard part. She took a deep breath and placed her fingers together. She felt the energy rush back through her and out towards the flying debris, but that wouldn't be enough. She needed more. She strained and pushed harder, shoving more into the projectile so it wouldn't lose speed. The chunk hit the robot square in the chest like a meteor from space. A massive, blinding flash of light flashed across the city, followed by a roaring explosion. The chunk crushed into the zero-pointer and pushed it back. It staggered back from the impact, then began tipping. Explosions chained outward from the impact point, down its spine and up its neck, until its head exploded in a dazzling display. The robot smashed into the earth with a force that caused several nearby buildings to collapse. Deku turned back to her, his face filled with awe, relief, and maybe a bit of fear. He smiled at her. "I guess we make a good team." His smile was wide, earnest, and adorable. His giant arm slumped to the ground. He passed out, his body snapping back to a normal human form. She wished that she could have kept him from hitting the ground, but she was still trapped under the debris herself. With the danger past and her adrenaline fading, the effort of using her quirk like that quickly hit her. The last thing she remembered before passing out herself was the content look on Deku's face. Chapter 8. The End of Innocence. Izuku woke up in a strange place. He blinked and looked around, noticing quickly just how tired he felt. He was in a hospital bed of sorts in what looked like a nurse's office. Katsuki was asleep in a chair next to the bed, and no light was coming in through the window. He had been asleep for a while. Glancing at the clock overhead told him it was past 7. He stretched, feeling the tightness in his back. He thought that was strange until he remembered what he had done that day. He had thrown himself in front of that zero-pointer to save that beautiful woman. Originally, he had planned to flee like Present Mike suggested, but then he heard her scream in pain. After looking back and seeing her trapped beneath rubble with the robot closing in, the rest seemed to have been out of his control. An uncontrollable desire to save had overwhelmed him, and his body moved on its own. There was nothing that would have stopped him from saving that girl. What happened to himself had been entirely irrelevant. He had rapidly grown his wings and beat them as hard as he could, streaking towards the nice girl like a missile. He remembered losing his wings and fortifying his back and right leg, then planting himself and pulling every bit of power that he could muster into his right arm. He had manifested the closest thing to a full draconic arm that he had ever managed in his life, and had reached up with it to intercept the zero-pointer. The robot's fist had come down, and he had thrown every last shred of strength he possessed into stopping it. And he succeeded, at least for a little while. He remembered turning back to the girl and begging her to run away. He didn't hear a response, but she got this determined look in her eye that would have probably been really attractive if his arm wasn't in danger of being crushed like a stepped-on soda can at the time. He recalled his body failing. His arm had begun to buckle, and he'd felt something in his spine start to give way, even with the fortification from a partial transformation. Then a chunk of concrete, moving faster than it had any right to, had shot past him. He'd watched as the chunk flew like a bullet into the robot's chest and then seemingly detonated on impact. His last memories were turning back and seeing the woman safe. It was obviously the girl that had done that. She was clearly powerful, with the roaring voice in his head screaming at him to protect gone. His ravaged body failed him, and the next thing he knew, he'd woken up here. He sighed, content that he had accurately reconstructed the event. Analysis is always important. He managed to sit up, causing enough noise that he apparently alerted his caretaker. The curtain around his bed opened, revealing a short, old woman with a kind smile. "Recovery girl." Izuku's voice was filled with awe. "So cool." "Yes, yes, Sonny." Recovery girl laughed slightly. "You took a big risk out there today." Izuku recoiled a bit at the scolding. "I know, but I couldn't help it. It's like I wasn't in control of my body." She huffed at his cheap explanation. "You overused your quirk and pushed your body too hard. You're fortunate that your quirk is what it is. It renders you almost immune to ligament damage." She pointed her cane at him. "That is not an invitation to do that again. Too many times and you will still have permanent damage to other parts of your body. You know as well as I do that broken bones and torn muscles remain. Scar tissue will do you no favors." Katsuki had woken up at her outburst and shook his head slightly. "Oh good, you're awake." She smiled at the blonde. "He's all right to go home now that he's woken up." She turned back to Izuku. "No using your quirk for at least a day. Your body needs to rest." Finally, she turned and left the boys alone. The two were silent for a moment before Katsuki spoke. "What the hell did you do, Izuku? Remember that pretty girl from out front?" Katsuki groaned. "Yeah, she was in here too." Katsuki saw Izuku's eyes grow wide. "She's gone now. Calm down, damn. She left about an hour ago. I don't think she even knew you were here." Izuku sighed and calmed down. "Well, she was about to be crushed by the zero-pointer, and my body sort of just moved to protect her. I managed to get there just in time to stop the robot's fist with a major arm transformation." He flexed his right arm, which was also sore from Recovery Girl's quirk. "So you almost paralyzed yourself? You idiot. How did you know Dash?" "I overheard Recovery Girl talking to your mom on the phone. Cracked vertebrae in your spine. Much more and you might not be walking anymore." Katsuki pointed an accusing finger at his friend. "You had to have known that those robots weren't programmed to kill." Katsuki leaned back in the chair, throwing his arms wide. "It probably would have just stopped before it hit her. You nearly killed yourself for nothing." "I couldn't have been sure. Besides, I wasn't thinking about that." Izuku defended himself. "I was only thinking about saving her." "Since when do you not think?" "I could see overthinking but not thinking." "I don't know. It's like I said. My body just moved." Katsuki sighed. "Fine. Come on, get up. Our folks are waiting back home. Your dad had to basically restrain Auntie to keep her from rushing here herself. It took Recovery Girl personally telling her that you were fine to stop her." "Yeah, all right." Izuku leaned over and stood up out of bed. He changed into a UA gym uniform the school provided to replace his destroyed clothing and then headed for the station. He fell asleep on the train, something he almost never did. He was exhausted. What a day. The boys got to Izuku's house at nearly 8. Once the others were able to pry Inko off of her son, they had a small party to celebrate the completion of the exam. Izuku was exhausted and could barely keep his eyes open, let alone celebrate, but told the story of his exam anyway. He left out the more gruesome parts, including the part about him not knowing why he ran forward. His father seemed immensely proud, but Izuku was still perceptive enough in his exhausted state to tell that his father was holding something back. What that something was became clear the next day. Izuku woke up late, having slept in to recover his strength. He ate his breakfast that his mother made and found his father sitting on the porch, watching the waves out the window as he often did. Izuku decided to attack the problem at its source. Want to go out to the rocks? His father looked at him with slight surprise, then a proud, knowing smile. He nodded and finished his coffee in a single gulp. They walked along the beach as they often did. Hisashi knew that these would be the memories he cherished most when he was old and gray. Izuku was his pride and joy, and these quiet moments didn't come often enough. After a while, the two Midoriya men found their way to the rocks where they often sat. Izuku remembered many important father-son talks on them, such as the one after his father lost his arm 6 years ago. The places where they always sat had been worn slightly smooth from use. "I'm proud of you, Izuku." Hisashi was staring stoically out over the waves. He took a deep smell of the sea air. It was almost a ritual for him. "Thanks, Dad." Izuku knew that this was just to start the conversation. He wouldn't have wanted to come out here for simple encouragement. "You've taken the first step. You're gonna go to UA and you're gonna do great things. The results won't be here for a week. We don't know that I got in." Hisashi looked at his son with a raised eyebrow and a sarcastic smirk. "We both know you're getting in." A moment passed before his smile fell and he sighed. "Son, I need you to be honest with me. Why did you run out and throw yourself under that robot?" Izuku looked down for a bit. "I felt this uncontrollable desire to save her. I didn't even think. I just acted. The only thing that mattered was protecting her." "Could you describe the desire? How it felt to you?" Izuku scratched his chin. "It was sort of like a voice shouting in my head. It screamed at me to save and protect her. The only things that seemed to exist were the girl and the deafening cacophony in my head. Like I said, I didn't think about it, I just did." His father smiled weakly. "I figured as much, which confirms two things that I suspected. First, you're going to be a damn good hero one day, and secondly, your quirk is maturing." "I thought that's what it had been doing?" Izuku was slightly nervous. "Well, yes, it has been. Let me explain." Hisashi straightened himself out and held up his hand. "We've noticed that there are 4 distinct stages of our family quirk that correspond to the levels of our development. They correspond mostly to natural human development. What we call wormling was your childhood, the very basics of the quirk and a few mostly harmless oddities." Hisashi smiled, reminiscing about his son's childhood. He put a finger up. "The next is what we call the young stage. This is your adolescence. That was when your instincts started kicking in. I'm sure I don't have to remind you about the struggles you went though. You handled it well, and again, I'm proud of you for that." He put a second finger up. Hisashi looked at his son very seriously. "What you described to me, that undeniable command in your head, that's the sign that you've reached the adult stage." He put a third finger up, then dropped his hand. Izuku looked curious. His father continued his explanation. "Everything I've done to help you in your life, all of the guidance and support your mother and I have given you, it was all leading up to this. This is what we were preparing you for. Everything before this was just a warm-up. So when you said that I couldn't just suppress them and I had to find a way to let them out, it's because you were preparing me for that." The gravity of the situation was dawning on Izuku. "Those things I felt before, what I thought were real instincts, they were barely echoes." "Exactly." Hisashi put his one arm on his son's shoulder like he often did. His son leaned into the contact. So what I'm saying is this: everything before was just practice. What comes next is the real thing. I never told you this before because this isn't the type of thing you tell a child. His tone let his son know just how serious he was. But you're an adult now and your Quirk agrees with me. I won't be around to guide you like I have been now that you'll be living on UA campus. And as you train and grow, your instincts will only grow in strength. You're smarter than I am, son. You're smarter than your mother is, which is saying something. This elicited a short, knowing chuckle from both of them. You have a strong will and an indomitable drive to be a hero. So I know you can do this, but heed my words. Hisashi took a steadying breath, preparing for what he would say next. You have to figure this out, or you will fall. Izuku and his father sat there in grim silence for several minutes. The only sound came from the waves crashing lazily against the beach. Izuku blinked back a few tears, but none fell. He met his father's eyes after a minute with a look of determination. I won't let this stop me. Nothing will change what my heart desires. Hisashi smiled. Oh, I know. That's why I said you're going to make a damn good hero. His son looked at him slightly confused, emotion still playing on his face. Your first instinct in that situation, and I use instinct literally, is to rush in and save that girl, regardless of the consequences to yourself. That spirit of self-sacrifice is one of the most noble things in our profession. He pointed to the space where his left arm used to be and grinned. I might be a bit biased. Izuku laughed a little, and then his father continued. Let me be honest with you here, son. I doubt that instinct was an entirely natural one. A lack of self-preservation is not a common quality in dragons, especially not chromatic ones, which tells me that you, on your very first go, bent that instinct to your will. You took a natural reaction and made it your own. A natural reaction? What do you mean? From everything you've told me about chromatics, I don't think that saving someone would be in their repertoire. What is the common factor between all dragons, Izuku? Beyond scales and wings, of course. Izuku thought for a moment. You told me we all have degrees of greed in us, but that it can be managed, and if we find Gu-dash. Hisashi held up his hand. Yes, that. Now, one of the many reasons that I'm proud to call you my son is that you've shown an impressive lack of that. At least in the general sense. But think about it, what have you always coveted? What have you always wanted? Izuku thought again. My hero merchandise? I don't see how dash. No, not that. Hisashi interrupted him again. Son, how are you so smart when it comes to everything but so naive when it comes to yourself? Come on, think. The only time you ever attacked another human being, what was it about? Realization dawned on the green dragon's face. People? Friends? Is that what you're getting at? Yeah, I am. Hisashi laughed, his arm thrown wide. A dragon that hoards people. Who would have ever thought? His laughter quickly stopped. My guess is that the natural reaction of your Quirk was to covet that person because you saw some value in them. Your willpower and drive to be a hero then twisted that reaction into an overwhelming desire to protect, even at the cost of your own body and life. Hisashi paused for a second with a slightly fearful expression on his face. Don't tell your mother I'm praising you for that, he added quickly. After his son nodded, he returned to his lecture. So here's the next question. What made that person someone you wanted to protect? Izuku thought for a small moment and then started blushing furiously. His father stared at him dumbly for a second, then began laughing uproariously. My boy really is becoming a man. So, she was pretty, huh? The most beautiful woman I've ever seen. I couldn't even speak the first time I saw her. That sounds a lot like how I was the first time I saw your mother. Izuku looked up, blush leaving his face somewhat. Really? Yep. I dropped the wine I was holding and nearly spilled it all over my suit. Your mother pulled it away with her Quirk, so it spilled all over her. Hisashi leaned back a bit, laughing at the memory. My sister thinks it has something to do with our Quirk, that it knows a good person when it sees one, but I don't like to think that. I think that I was just lucky, and that your mother is an amazing woman that any man would want." Izuku laughed awkwardly, then stopped as a thought struck him. So, what if that person wasn't someone I thought was pretty? I can't be a hero if I have to know a person to protect them. Izuku, do you think I always have an instinct telling me yes or no when I do hero work? No, I guess not. It wasn't your instinct that made you go save that girl, but Actually, Izuku, tell me about the transformation you used. Oh, okay. Izuku held up his right arm. Well, it was bigger than anything I'd ever done before. Way bigger. I would try to show you, but Recovery Girl said I'm not allowed to use my quirk today. How big? I would say about 2 meters long. It knocked me off balance pretty badly when I made it. Wow, that is way bigger than anything you've done before. Hisashi was impressed. My point is that it wasn't your quirk that made you want to save that girl, it was you. However, your instinct helped to push you further. You were working in sync with your quirk instead of struggling against it. That's another reason why it's important to bend your instincts to your will. You don't need your instincts to be a hero, you didn't need them to tell you to save that girl, but you needed them to save her like you did. You need them to be at your best. You're always at your strongest when your body, mind, heart, and quirk are working in unison. Hisashi looked proud, if a little somber. I don't want you to get the idea in your head that you're going to be subjected to your instincts all the time. As I have to keep reminding your uncle, we are not actually dragons, Izuku. He rolled his eyes slightly. You will be free of them most of the time, especially when you're younger. As you grow older and stronger, they will be stronger, but you will have learned to manage them better by then. I thought you said I was an adult now? Izuku's mind was reeling from all this new information, and his father kept confusing him. Well, yes, you are, but your quirk isn't done growing. I was honestly surprised that you had a powerful reaction like that so soon. I was planning on having this talk with you after the test, to prepare you for what was to come. I didn't want to distract you before then. Hisashi sighed, then continued. That worked out well, didn't it? He looked frustrated with himself. Anyway, quirks don't change overnight like that. I wasn't expecting you to have a powerful impulse like that for months. You likely only had this reaction due to the extreme situation you were placed in. Don't think that this is going to be a daily thing, not yet, at least. So you're saying that I will be able to save people and be a hero even with these instincts? When have I ever said differently? He placed his hand on his son's shoulder. You have time to figure this out, son. But the real test comes when you have your next reaction like you did yesterday. And then the next. And then the next. It will never stop, so you can't afford to either. You have time, but you can't waste time. You said my instincts will grow as my quirk grows, and by going to UA, where my quirk will be trained and strengthened rapidly. Exactly. You've given me a lot to think about. Izuku sighed. I suppose I won't know until it happens, yeah? Unfortunately, yes. Hisashi stood up, followed by his son. There's nothing to do but try your hardest. Work with what you have and do what you can. You're the first chromatic to ever do something like this. Nobody knows what will happen. If anyone can do it, he said, looking Izuku in the eyes, it's you. They walked back towards the house in a thoughtful silence. Usually they talked constantly, but today there was too much on Izuku's mind for him to even mutter like normally. Then a thought struck him. Dad, you said that there are 4 stages of our quirk? You only mentioned 3. Right, well, Hisashi said, holding his hand out. The 4th stage is one that is called ancient. It has nothing to do with age really, just how powerful the quirk is. An exceptionally powerful dragon exhibits size, strength, and abilities that the rest of us can't match. He held up 2 fingers. There have only ever been 2 dragons that I know of that have made it to the ancient stage. Silverlight, the very first of us, my great-grandfather, and... He let out a long, regretful sigh. And Terrorflame, But you'll never have to worry about any of that. My uncle is locked up tight in Tartarus. The next week an envelope came, stamped with the official seal of UA. Inko and Hisashi were nearly as excited as their son was, but they understood when he wanted to open it in private. He went into his room and cleared off his computer desk. He made a single claw on his hand and quickly sliced it open. Inside was a letter and a small metal disc. He looked the disc over, then placed it on the desk. Kicked to life, the image of President Nizu appeared and congratulated him for passing the written exam with a near-perfect score. And in the case of the practical exam, we are happy to inform you that you also passed. Izuku Midoriya, you earned 57 villain points and 40 rescue points for actions beyond the scope of the exam, for a total of 97 points. Welcome to UA. He had counted 5 more points than that, but he supposed that he may have miscounted during the heat of the moment. Regardless, he got in. That's what mattered, right? Izuku saw the great scoreboard on screen and quickly scanned it over. He saw his own score sitting third on the list. He looked up to see, oh no! In second place, Katsuki Bakugu, 78 villain points and 20 rescue points. He had lost their bet by a single point. Then he looked up to see who got first. Someone named Ochako Uraraka managed to beat them both out with 54 villain points and 45 rescue points for a total score of 99 points. Wow, I wonder if she's in my class. I wonder if Kaken is in my class. He turned to the paper letter and saw that he was in class 1A. A simple set of instructions gave him his move-in date and noted his teacher was one Shoyuta Aizawa. Izuku wondered which pro hero that was, but he guessed he would find out in time. His parents were proud of him for getting third place, but his dad teased him for missing first by 3 points. Maybe you shouldn't have been staring at that girl the whole time, then. Dad, I wasn't. Oh, my baby is becoming a man. Mom, not you too. The next 2 months seemed to fly by. Before he knew it, Izuku had finished high school and was preparing to move into his dorm at UA. Heights Alliance was the name of the building, according to his information packet, and it would be the place where he would live for the next 4 years of his life. Izuku and Katsuki were the first ones to arrive at the dorm, being locals and all. They had unloaded in front of the building and bid their parents farewell. Inko was crying, of course, but the other 5 managed to get her to leave eventually, although Izuku didn't try very hard. Once they left, it was just the boys standing in front of the building with their giant stacks of boxes. Well, Izuku's giant stack of boxes. Katsuki packed rather light and only had the bare minimum, but Izuku had several more boxes than most sane people would ever bring to a dorm. Did you seriously have to bring all of that junk? It's not junk, Kaken. They're part of my prized collection. I feel better knowing that it's close. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Izuku had brought about 5 boxes absolutely filled with hero merchandise. He had action figures, posters, comics, and more in addition to the clothes, books, and furniture he brought with him. They made their way up to their pre-assigned dorm rooms. Izuku had room 202, while Katsuki had room 403. The rooms were unlocked and rather bare, with a set of keys on the simple table in the room. Izuku pocketed the keys and set to work. This was going to take him a while, to say the least. As with everything, the boys competed to see who could haul the most boxes up to their room at a time. Izuku wound up winning, barely. He had Katsuki beat slightly in the strength department usually, but Katsuki had him beat in other ways. They were roughly equal, but in no way were they copies of each other. While he unpacked his massive collection, he got to thinking. Things were going to be different here. He didn't have the slew of rumors that followed him throughout his public school career. This could be a fresh start. He could just be himself and finally no longer be that one weird kid with horns. Was he excited? Or was he nervous? He was used to being the smartest kid in the class, and that likely wouldn't be the case anymore. He was partnered with 19 of the top students in the whole country, after all. He was used to being the tallest kid in his class, and that probably wouldn't be the case either, especially if that one girl is in his class. The girl with the beautiful eyes and that gorgeous hair and her cute nose and that blush on. Izuku shook his head. He was getting off track. Maybe he didn't want her in his class, especially if he couldn't get over how distracted she made him. His quirk gave him an edge in many departments, and he valued his intellect as another weapon, but she had made him shut down just by talking to him. He wasn't upset at the prospect of not being the smartest or the strongest or the tallest student anymore. If anything, he was excited. He did his best when he was challenged. That's why he and Katsuki worked so well together. Katsuki always wanted to compete, and Izuku excelled when he was pushed. So yeah, he was excited, but he was also nervous. There's no telling what would happen tomorrow or the next day or the next 4 years of his life. He knew one thing. He would do his best to meet every day with a smile on his face and in his heart. Nothing could change the desires of his heart, like All Might said, and damn it, he wanted to be a hero. Izuku placed a figurine of All Might on one of the shelves he had installed and grew a content smile. I wonder if any other students will have horns? Chapter 9, New Game Plus. It took Izuku a while to finish unpacking and setting up. All of his hero merchandise had to be properly organized and displayed, of course. Anything less would be an insult to the great heroes that they represented. His meticulousness caused him to miss a text from Katsuki, and it was nearly an hour and a half later when he finally finished, a proud smile on his face, when he finally checked his phone. Apparently, the rest of the students that had moved in today were congregating in the common room. He hurried out of his room, locking it behind him. He checked the lock several times just to make sure his collection was safe, and then headed towards the stairs. As he walked, he felt his previous excitement start to swell, as well as his nervousness. He would finally be able to play his game again, the one he hadn't been able to really play for 10 long years. The other students had no reason to fear him, and he would have an entire room of people to meet. He would start by observing the room, noting anything obvious, potential friend groups already forming, people who appear to be loners, people who seem to be talkative, and those who seem to be more fond of listening. He would then look for more subtle things such as clothing choices, body language, and more. Once had this foundation, he would move to talk to them, subtly guiding the conversation so he could learn their likes, dislikes, and mannerisms. Then, once he had everything he needed, he would move in for the kill. He grinned widely. Friendship was inevitable. He reached the bottom of the stairwell and opened the door. He began to look around the room and noticed that a good number of people were all read horns. That stopped Izuku in his tracks. That was one of the names that Katsuki called him sometimes, but that voice was most certainly not Katsuki. He blinked and turned to the source of the noise. What he saw, well, it wasn't what he expected. A girl was standing about 20 feet away from him, pointing accusingly at him. The first thing he noticed was her pink skin and the black scara in her golden eyes. Her pink hair was messy like his, and sticking out of it were a pair of curled yellow horns. She was also really pretty. Are all the girls at UA like this? The girl stomped towards him and stopped just a few feet away. Izuku was keenly aware that most of the eyes in the room were on the two of them. She looked up at him and got a wide smile on her face. She leaned forward and pointed a thumb towards herself. I'm Mina Ashido. I like your horns. Izuku blinked a couple of times. This was new. Hi. I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's super nice to meet you. I like your horns too. He basically had no experience with women, at least none this forward. He probably would have frozen up if he hadn't already had the experience at the entrance exam with that nice girl. Almost everyone at his old schools were too intimidated to talk to him, male and female alike, but at least he had Katsuki and the group of guys who hung around him sometimes. She stood back upright and shouted behind her. Kiri, come here. Izuku managed to tear his gaze away from the pink girl in front of him to look where she was yelling. A student with red eyes and a smile filled with razor-sharp teeth walked over. On her head was spiked red hair, styled up with 2 small horns on the front. Midoriya, this is Eiko Kirishima. Kiri, this is Izuku Midoriya. The girl introduced them happily. Hey man, what's up? Kirishima smiled widely, and Izuku returned the gesture. We're all horn buddies now. Ashido stated this as fact and grinned wide as she pointed at her own horns with both hands. Her energy was infectious. "Come on, Midoriya, you're late. I'll introduce you to everyone." Izuku smiled dumbly. "Well, that was easy." Izuku finally got the good sense to look around the room, and he counted 12 people, including himself. He already knew 3 of the others in the room, and he'd just met Kirishima and Ishido, which left 6 new people for him to get to know. He quickly looked around, noting that there were 2 girls and 4 boys. Time to get to work. Ishido took him around, as promised. She led him to a small circle of 3 guys first, the same group that Kirishima was standing in before she was called over. "Hey dude. Name's Denki Kaminari. Sweet horns." The blond boy with a jagged black streak in his hair looked up at him and smirked. "Thanks." Izuku was getting back in the swing of things after being knocked off balance by the pink girl. "Izuku Midoriya. Is that streak natural?" Izuku gestured at the lightning bolt in his hair. The boy seemed to be proud of it, so Izuku took it as an opportunity. "Yeah." He gestured proudly to it, just as Izuku predicted. "Pretty sweet, right? I have an electricity quirk, so it's totally thematic." Boisterous personality, and very casual. Izuku made mental notes. He's not afraid to say what he thinks, and he seems friendly. Izuku grew a genuine smile. "For sure. I assumed it was fake because it was too cool." Kaminari grinned back and looked at the other students. "I like this guy. Name's Hanta Siro." The boy had a good few inches on Izuku, and a toothy smile. Izuku noted his strange elbows. "How was your move-in, Midoriya?" Tenya Ida was standing with the other boys, chatting away in his stiff yet animated manner, chopping the air from time to time. "Great, thanks. It took me a while to unpack, which is why I'm late. It's really nice to meet all of you. I'm sure you're all excited to start school on Monday." Izuku tested the waters. As a precaution in Ida's case, he was right about them not seeing each other for a long time after all. "I mean, yeah, but I'm more excited for the hero part of hero course. You know? Schoolwork can be a drag." Kaminari lamented. Izuku talked to them for a bit longer. Siro and Kirishima seemed to be of a similar mind to Kaminari regarding schoolwork, although Ida lectured them all on the importance of good grades. All in all, they all seemed like good people. Kaminari, Kirishima, and Siro seemed to be fast friends, although they seemed a little wary of Ida's intensity. Izuku understood that reaction completely. "Come on, we've got more people to meet." Ishido cheered, gripped Izuku by his shoulders and pushed him along, leaving the other 4 students to continue their conversation. "She got touchy awfully fast," Izuku thought as he blushed a bit. "Are all the girls going to be like this?" Mina pushed her new horn buddy towards 2 students talking by the window, lost in her own thoughts. "Wow, his shoulders are firm." Her eyes drifted downwards. "And he has a cute butt." She felt her cheeks warm up a little, tinting with the faintest dusting of lilac. Ishido's smile never left her face as she planted him in front of the 2 boys. Siro was taller than him, but the one on his right was taller than him. Taller than his dad, even. He was built, too. Not a sculpted physique like a bodybuilder, but a strong, thick core of real strength. The giant of a man pointed a thumb towards his face, Izuku noting his rather thick lips. "I'm Rikido Satu. You making the rounds?" "Sure. I want to meet all my classmates. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm sure we'll be fast friends." He smiled and turned to the other boy. He was quite a bit shorter, about the same height as Ishido. The most obvious thing about him was his head, which was in the shape of a bird's. "You may call me Fumikage Tokoyami." The boy's red eyes stared stoically into Izuku's green. Serious, reserved, not much to go on. Izuku wasn't having the best luck so far, but it was only the first day. After a much shorter conversation, Ishido dragged him off again, this time plopping him down next to the 4 girls who were sitting together. The 3 he noticed earlier, as well as Kirishima, who had made her way over. Ishido began introducing the girls eagerly. "This is Kyuka Jairu." She gestured towards a short, petite girl with purple hair and what looked like audio jacks hanging from her ears. Jairu gave him a slight wave. You already met Kiri, of course. The red-haired woman flashed him another sharp smile. Izuku smiled back, noting for the first time her well-defined musculature, an indication she might have a passion for weightlifting. This is Tsuyu Azui. Ashido gestured towards a girl with big eyes and dark green hair. She was slightly shorter than the rest, but no less full-bodied. This is Toru Hagakure. She pointed to nothing. Izuku looked twice before he saw floating clothes sitting in the seat next to Azui. The girls giggled at his reaction. Ashido extended her hands towards the taller woman with black hair and onyx eyes. Her body had certainly developed since the last time Izuku had seen her. And this is Dash. Miss Yaoyorozu. It's a pleasure to see you again. Izuku interrupted Ashido's exposition with a slight bow, eyes downcast. Yaoyorozu laughed once, hand close to her mouth. Midoriya, no need to be so formal. We are classmates now. Just Yaoyorozu is fine. Izuku smiled and nodded, but still didn't meet her eyes. You two know each other? Jairu asked, raising her eyebrows and smirking slightly. Our parents travel in some of the same social circles, Izuku explained. So we've met a few times in the past. Izuku was intentionally vague. People treated him differently once they knew he was the son of a pro hero, and doubly so when they found out his family was wealthy. He was sure that it was the same for Yaoyorozu. It's good to know that still makes her laugh. I've missed hearing it. Izuku noticed all the girls looking at him expectantly as the thought faded. Oh, sorry. My name is Izuku Midoriya. It's great to meet all of you. Izuku flashed his eager smile. Call me Tsu, by the way, as Tsu told him. Izuku smiled wider at this. She was making this game easy. Izuku talked with the girls for a few more minutes, learning a little about them. Tsu seemed the strangest to him, like she was just a little emotionally different than most. Oh, and she croaked like a frog, that was a lot different. Jairu was relaxed, but eager to tease the other girls. Kirishima was boisterous and open. Hagakure seemed bubbly, much like Ashido was. Yaoyorozu was just as elegant and refined as he remembered, maybe a little bit happier too. Eventually he glanced around for the last person he needed to talk to. He found him, sitting by himself on the other side of the room, staring at his phone, looking disinterested. Ashido saw him staring at the boy. Oh, careful with that one. Ashido giggled a bit. He's a little prickly, could hardly get a word out of him. Izuku gave her a knowing smile before turning back to the boy. Hey Kaken, come say hi. Everyone else in the room froze and looked at the blonde and the greenhead. The boy rolled his eyes and put his phone away before slowly sitting up and walking over to his friend. This is Katsuki Bakugu. He doesn't bite. Katsuki rolled his eyes again. Hey Izuku, you forget about our bet? Izuku paled and his eyes went wide with fear. And no, of course not. Are right here, now? Katsuki grew an evil grin. No, not now. Just be ready for it. Izuku gulped. This interaction got the rest of the room to release the tension in their bodies and return to what they were doing. Katsuki slumped down next to Izuku and the conversation continued. He didn't participate, but at least he was being more social now. After about 20 more minutes of socializing around the room, Izuku was getting frustrated. He wasn't making acceptable progress. Sure, he was finding out more about these people and he already made friends with several people, at least in word, but that wasn't good enough. All of these small circles around the room weren't doing him any favors, either. So he hatched a plan. Izuku stood tall and waved his arm in the air. Hey everyone! He paused for a second as the other students turned to him. We're all going to be classmates for 4 years, so let's gather around and get to know each other. Come on, grab a chair and circle up. Ashido was the first to react. She jumped up out of her seat and shouted in affirmation, before dragging Hagakure with her to grab more chairs. This got the rest of the students to move. Soon all 12 of the students were circled up. They seemed to be waiting for Izuku to make a move, as it was his idea. Katsuki sat on his right, while Ashido had grabbed the seat on his left. Once everyone was situated, he began. I figured it would be good if we all go to know each other a little better, seeing how much time we'll be spending together. Izuku held up a finger. I found one of the best ways to break the ice is talk about our favorite heroes, and since we're all here at UA, it seemed like an especially good plan. Several of the more reserved students grumbled at this seemingly grade school icebreaker. So, let's just go around and just tell us who's your favorite hero. It'll be easy, you'll see. Oh, and to make things more fun, you can't say All Might. He looked to his right. Kaken, how about you start? Katsuki groaned. You already know outside of All Might? Maruko. She kicks ass and doesn't take crap from anyone. Kirishima had pulled up the seat next to Katsuki, and she was much more into it than some of the other students. My favorite is Crimson Riot. He's what inspired me to be a hero. Now we're getting somewhere, Izuku thought to himself. Crimson Riot? He was bold. I can see why you like him. Kirishima grew a proud smirk. He said to live a life full of manliness, which means to live a life without regrets. That's my motto, too. As they went around the circle, it became evident to all the other students that Izuku was a hero nerd, through and through. Whenever one of them would mention their favorite hero, he would immediately start spouting off facts and trivia about them. Once he even pulled out a notebook from who knows where and started listing off notes he had taken on them recently. The other students found this interesting, to say the least. Their impressions ranged from slightly annoyed to intrigued to amused. What they didn't realize that Izuku was using this as an excuse to gather information on them. He was eliciting reactions, watching body language and facial expressions. Nobody but Katsuki realized that this little circle had ulterior motives. Things continued in the same way until Kaminari's turn. My favorite hero, probably Stormclaw. Izuku stopped reading his notebook. Everything seemed to freeze for him. That was not what he was expecting to hear, but it was something he could work with. Oh, he's one of my favorites too, Sue added in. Izuku was doubly stunned. Why Stormclaw? Izuku was too curious to not ask. Oh man, have you seen the way he throws around lightning? Kaminari pointed his finger and thumb like a gun, a little electricity crackling off his fingertip. I've followed him since I got my quirk. I really want to meet him someday. He's one of the few aquatic heroes, too, Sue said with her finger on her chin. Besides Gang Orca and Stormclaw, there aren't many prestigious ones. It's a shame that he got injured and stopped doing as much work. Izuku sighed, half proud and half morose. Yeah, he's my favorite hero, too. He realized he spoke aloud before he could stop himself. Really? Why's that? Is it 'cause of your horns? Ashido hit him with a barrage of questions, but before he could respond, a noise came from outside. Oh, was that a car door? Maybe someone new just arrived. I'll go see if I can help them carry stuff in. Midoriya quickly took the opportunity to leave the circle and head outside. He saw the taxi in front of the dorm. The trunk was open, and there was clearly someone back there unloading stuff. It was too dark out for him to get a good look at them. Need some help? No, I've got it, thanks. Midoriya stopped. He recognized that voice. It seemed that the other person had the same revelation. The tall, nice girl from the entrance exam slowly righted herself, her bundle of luggage floating behind her. Time seemed to stand still again as they both stared at each other, not more than a few feet away from each other. After what seemed like an eternity passed. Thank you for saving me. They spoke simultaneously. They also bowed simultaneously, their heads cracked together. Both students quickly recoiled, rubbing their heads in pain. It was fortunate that she was taller than him and impacted his skull a bit higher up than most would. Any lower and she might have hit her head on his horns, and he really didn't want to give the girl who saved his life an injury like that. I am really sorry. I didn't mean to. Are you okay? Ow! The girl rubbed her head furiously. You've got a really hard head, Deku. Deku? Yeah. Isn't that your name? She stopped rubbing her head, her pain seemingly lost in her confusion. That's what your friend called you when you tripped back at the entrance exam. She giggled lightly at the memory. Wow, even her laugh is a track. Midoriya brought his mind back. Well, why you see? Deku is what Kaken calls me to tease me, and my real name is Izuku Midoriya. Oh, I didn't know. She seemed apologetic, but then quickly returned to her normal, bubbly self. But you know what? I like Deku. It has a you can do it sort of vibe, you know? Plus, I think it sounds pretty cute. She screamed internally, but didn't let her smile fall. Why did I say that? Midoriya's brain shorted out for a second. Deku it is. He couldn't move, he just stared into her eyes, unable to do anything but blush furiously. Whoa, is he blushing green? She blinked once at him, mesmerized by the unusual color spreading over his face for a moment. Then her brain kicked back to gear. Oh, of course, I never told you my name. Sorry about that. She straightened herself out to her impressive height, Midoriya's eyes tracking her the whole way. I'm Ochako Uraraka. Thanks for holding that massive robot still. She smiled so widely her eyes had squeezed closed. This brought Midoriya roaring back to reality. Uraraka, he gasped. You got first place on the entrance exam. Of course, I should have known someone who blew that robot to pieces would get first. He slapped himself on his forehead, wincing as he hit the sore spot from their previous headbutt. How did I not see that? It was Uraraka's turn to blush. She began frantically waving her hands in front of her. Oh, that was nothing, really? It was only because you ran in front of me and stopped that fist all by yourself. She had recalled the memory often in the past 2 months. It was like something out of a movie. His muscular body, those eyes burning bright with passion and energy, him single-handedly stopping that robot. She sighed. Her blush redoubled once she realized she had sighed out loud. Oh, well, I couldn't just let you get sea-crushed, right? He rubbed the back of his head. He was too distracted by his own furious blushing to notice her sigh. So you're just that heroic, huh? She teased him. Why did I just tease him? WL, it's what anyone would have done, all right? His face turned to a deeper tone of green as he rubbed the back of his head faster. Oh, she couldn't help but feel satisfied with how flustered he got from her teasing. If you say so, Deku. But nobody else had done anything. They were all running away. There was only one guy there who put his life on the line for her that day, and he was currently staring at her like a deer in headlights. How was someone who is so heroic and strong also this adorable? They just stood there, staring at each other as the taxi drove off. After another minute or so, the door to the dorm opened up again. Yo, Izuku, what's taking you so long? Bakugo was walking down the path towards them. Midoriya didn't react until Bakugo lightly punched his arm. He looked at the girl his friend was staring at. Oh, round face, you're in our class? Round face. Uraraka was startled. Midoriya regained the use of his tongue and held up his hand to stop his friend. Ah, no, Kaken. This is Ochako Uraraka. Oh yeah. He raised his eyebrow, intrigued. And why's that? Why's, that's my name? She was more confused. She got first place on the entrance exam ahead of you in case that slipped your mind. Besides, I told you how she destroyed that 0-pointer by herself. Well, only because you stopped it. They didn't really seem to be listening to her. Bakugo thought for a moment. Fine, fair enough. Uraraka it is. He turned to the girl in question. You better keep it up then. I'm not having any slouches as rivals, you hear me? He turned and walked away, heading back inside. Rivals? Uraraka was thoroughly confused. She turned to Midoriya for some kind of explanation. What just happened? What? Oh, Midoriya seemed to remember that she was there. Kaken happened. Basically, he sees you as a rival because you proved your strength to him. He was rubbing his neck in embarrassment again. It's a good thing, I promise. If you say so, Deku, she repeated herself. not knowing if she believed him. Well, I need to get these to my room. She gestured back at her luggage, still floating behind her. I'll talk to you later? Sure. Sounds good. Midoriya stood still as she walked past him. He watched the woman walk across the sidewalk and up the stairs, staring at her the entire time, admiring her athletic legs under her leggings. The door closed behind her and he was left alone. He sighed heavily. He held his forehead in his hand, shaking his head slightly. I need to learn how to focus around her. She's gonna be in my class. I need to focus on being a hero, and not her face and legs. And no, stop that, Izuku. He threw his arms up in frustration. Why do I go stupid around her? He dragged his hands down his face in exasperation. I think you know why. Damn it. Ochako walked into the dorm and was quickly greeted by the people inside. She was pleased to see that they were all friendly, especially the girls. But something struck her as odd. She was usually the tallest person in the room, but that wasn't that strange for that not to be the case. However, she was absolutely always used to being the tallest woman in the room. When she greeted the black-haired girl who introduced herself as Momo Yaoyorozu, she was immediately taken aback slightly. The girl was just as tall as she was, if not taller. Ochako's permanent blush grew a bit at this realization, and she could see the slight surprise and a hint of a blush on her face as well. Red looked good on her. The rest of the girls were also quite nice. The froggy girl even insisted that she already call her by her first name. Then her eyes locked onto something familiar. Yellow irises, so intense they almost seemed to be glowing, stared back at her, keeping her mesmerized. Her brain got thrown for a loop, reliving Deku dashing to her aid. But the eyes didn't belong to him. They were a deeper golden yellow compared to Deku's bright green, and they were accented by the black scara surrounding them. As she noted the differences between their eyes, the rest of her face registered in Ochako's mind, and she took notice of her new classmate's pink skin and hair. Reality came crashing back. Ochako continued to stare as she internally scolded herself for getting so lost in the moment. She couldn't deny that it wasn't just the color of her eyes that made her recall Deku so vividly. Maybe the way she is looking back at me. Sorry, didn't mean to stare. She chuckled awkwardly. I like your eyes. The woman she was staring at, who was still staring back, shook her head, dispelling her faint, lilac blush. Her smile grew wide, but was a little shaky. Thanks. After she said a hurried goodbye to them all, she eventually made her way to room 405 and let her luggage and furniture fall gently to the ground. She sighed loudly and flopped onto her new bed. I've been at UA for less than an hour and I'm already... Why couldn't Deku have been in the other class? There's something about him that's so... distracting. I don't have time to be distracted. I'm not a kid anymore. I'm 18. I should be past this. She hit her bed in frustration. She sat up and sighed again, pulling herself to her feet to begin slowly unpacking. Even with the distraction of her luggage, her thoughts kept wandering to Deku. He's cute, sure, and totally heroic. And his quirk is super cool and I kinda like how he looks at me. But he wouldn't like me or anything. We just met. I'm sure I just intimidate him. Them. Her mind went back to the girl that looked at her with the same expression. She sighed once again. Besides, guys just don't like tall girls. That's fine. I'm not here for anything but being a hero. I can need to learn to be one of the best while I'm here. For years will be gone before I know it. I can't get distracted thinking about cute boys with horns and really muscular arms, or cute girls with horns. Do I have a thing for horns? She slipped down to the ground, clutching her knees to her chest and feeling her permanent blush growing once again. Damn it! Chapter 10, Opening Moves. The next day was Sunday, the last day of move-in and the last day before school started. He was used to getting up early due to his years of conditioning with his father, and he had no intention of sleeping in now. At the crack of dawn, he and Katsuki met up to take a jog around the UA campus. Izuku knew that UA was big, but he didn't fully appreciate it until he took that jog. Katsuki and he ran their normal distance, which covered a healthy number of city blocks, and they had barely explored a corner of the property. There was the main building, of course, which was huge. Then there were 2 dorms for the hero course, 3 for general education, 3 for support course, and 3 more for the business course. 4 years of school meant 44 separate residential halls. Then there was the stadium, the USJ, the numerous training grounds and facilities, the mock cities, and more. This place is more like its own city than a campus, Izuku puffed as he ran alongside his friend. Imagine how much it cost to buy just the land for this, not to mention all the buildings, Katsuki pointed out. The boys returned to their hall a little bit after 7, sweating and satisfied from a successful workout. A few scorch marks on Izuku's arms and a few traces of blood along Katsuki's betrayed the fact that they had gone a few rounds as part of their exercise. After a shower and a quick breakfast, the 2 left and caught the train back to Izuku's house. Hisashi was leaving on a business trip the next morning to Island, so the Bakugas and Midoriyas were having a small get-together. By the time the boys returned to UA in the late afternoon, all of the other students had arrived. Izuku set to work scouting out the 6 he hadn't met the previous day. 5 were boys, for a total of 12. The girl was a foreigner, American by the looks of it, by the name of Pony Tsunotori. She had a pair of impressive horns sticking straight up out of her head, which Ishido had already spotted with another shout of horns. Izuku was later informed by Ishido that Tsunotori was his friend now as well. Next, there was a student with a strange, pointed head that put him on par with Satu in terms of height. He had a muscular build, but seemed supremely shy and quiet, to the point that Izuku didn't even hear him speak. It was only by pointing at a name tag on his luggage that he was able to tell Izuku that his name was Kuji Kuda. Just in case Izuku still entertained the idea that he was one of the taller students, next he met a giant named Mezu Shuji. He had 6 arms, wore a mask and stood about 2 inches taller than Satu and Kuda. He also seemed reserved and stoic. Izuku noted that he would likely get along well with Tokoyami, but couldn't get much of a read on him beyond that. Yuga Aoyama was a bit much for Izuku, but he could immediately tell that his dazzling outward persona was a shield. The boy seemed to wear his heart on his sleeve, but the heart was a decoy. Izuku quickly figured that, despite talking about himself all the time, he never truly said anything about himself. Then there was the purple one. Minoru Mineta immediately set off red flags in Izuku's mind. He noticed that the boy took every opportunity to stare at the women in the class. He was short, crude, and completely shameless. Izuku had him pegged as trouble nearly as soon as he met him, which was something that didn't often happen. The last student he knew from name only. He had apparently gone up to his room as soon as he arrived and hadn't come out. Ishido had told him that she saw the name Todoroki on the backpack he was carrying, which immediately let Izuku know what he needed to. Izuku had seen Endeavor many times at the hero events he attended with his father, but he had never seen his children. He knew that he had them, but Endeavor was not a family man. He was at those events purely for political reasons. If his son was anything like him, then he was one to watch out for. Endeavor left a sour taste in Izuku's mouth, and while perhaps this boy was different, he would be cautious. And with that, Izuku knew all the pieces on the board. Factors such as teachers were still unaccounted for, but he now knew the most important parts of what he was working with. Satisfied with his foundation, he made the first move in his game. "Yo, Kirishima, Satu," Izuku called out to the 2 who were sitting near each other next to the TV. "Kaken and I are heading out to check out the gym. Wanna come?" This was an easy way to start the game strong, pun intended. Both students grew wide smiles and immediately agreed. The 4 made their way across campus to the rather impressive weight room and set to work. Kirishima paired off with Katsuki, while Izuku and Satu spotted for each other. Now, Izuku was stronger than the average person, thanks to his genes and his years of training, but he didn't have much of anything on Satu. The man crushed all of Izuku's personal records without even trying. Izuku couldn't help but grin. He would make a point of training with Satu more in the future. No better person in class to help Izuku strength train than him. Katsuki and Kirishima seemed to be getting along well enough, and he tolerated Satu. He had already given them both nicknames, which Izuku noted was a good step. Weird Hair took all of Katsuki's jabs in stride and accepted every challenge that he laid out. Izuku could tell by the look in his friend's eyes that he was begrudgingly impressed with Kirishima's spirit. The workout didn't last too long. We don't want to tire ourselves out too much for class tomorrow. Who knows what crazy crap they'll have us doing? Katsuki wisely reminded Izuku on the way over. Besides, Izuku had the second move of his game already planned out. Izuku encouraged the other three to jog back to the dorm with him as a cool down, but he really just wanted to get back as fast as he could to begin the next phase. A quick shower and a quick change of clothes brought Izuku back down to the kitchen as fast as he could manage. He pulled the note cards out of his pocket and set to work. Hey Mom! Earlier that day Izuku had been helping his mother prepare the lunch for the party. The two of them often cooked together, and it was one of their most common bonding activities during his childhood, especially when his father wasn't home. Yes, Izuku? Inko was a fantastic cook. She fed 2 dragons every day, so it wasn't surprising. She was proud at how well Izuku had taken after her, and she secretly thought that Izuku would surpass her in a few years. Cooking with her son always brought a smile to her face, and it was one of the things she would miss most with him moving out. I want to cook dinner for all my new classmates tonight. Do you have some recipes I could use? Inko smiled widely. Of course. It's so nice of you to want to cook for your new friends. Here, I have a few you could use. Oh, and here's one for dessert. She was frantically writing down some of her favorites on some note cards as she gushed. Thanks, Mom. I'll be sure to try and do your recipes justice. Oh, I'm not worried about that, sweetie. Just remember to make enough for everyone. Uraraka, Ashido, and the other girls were making their way downstairs to make dinner later that evening. They had spent most of the day getting to know each other, talking about their high schools and parents, what heroes they liked, thanks Midoriya, and what hobbies they enjoyed. They were chatting about some of their favorite foods when they entered the common room and smelled something heavenly coming from the kitchen. Then they noticed everyone else in the dorm eating, sitting at the counter or around the couches. Oh, hey girls! Midoriya called out from behind the stove, waving at them. You're just in time, dinner was just served. Come get it while it's hot. Did you cook for everyone? Jairu asked incredulously. Yep. Midoriya was cheerfully working on something in a pot. I figured a big meal together to celebrate us all getting into UA before classes start tomorrow would be a good idea. I won't turn down free food. Hagakure moved first out of the 8 girls, which quickly caused the others to follow. I really hope this food isn't good, Uraraka thought desperately. Please don't be a good cook. I'm begging ya. Midoriya, what is this? Ashido looked like she was about to start salivating. Oh, that's one of the new recipes my mom gave me today. This cold soba with natto and okra. It has a really interesting taste and texture. It's one of my favorites that she makes. Ashido looked like she was about to start vibrating as she eagerly filled a bowl with the dish. Holy crap, he can cook, too? The girls all thanked Midoriya for his hard work and piled their bowls high with the soba and the other sides he made. They sat down in a 8-person circle off to the side of the room and ate together happily. After they finished, Ochako took the opportunity to look around the room. And by that, she meant look at the cook. She noticed immediately that his eyes were glowing ever so slightly. If you didn't know what they normally looked like, you might have missed it. His eyes seemed to be roaming the room, observing and studying all of the other students. She noted with a bit of disappointment that his eyes never met hers, as if he was intentionally avoiding her gaze. She also noticed that everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves. Even that mysterious Todoroki boy was eating, seemingly enjoying the soba. Ashido and him had a stare down over the last helping, which he eventually won, much to the pink girl's dismay. She also noticed that weird, short guy was staring over at her and the other girls nearly the entire time. He had already gotten an ear full of audio jack from Jairu earlier that day when he tried to get a little friendly with Yaoyorozu. He didn't even meet her eyes when she looked at him. His gaze focused firmly a bit below her. She shot him an angry look that he didn't acknowledge and then turned back to the group of girls. What a little scumbag. She tried to distract herself by talking with the other girls, trying to ignore Ishido's incessant staring. Why don't I mind her staring at me? Despite all her efforts, her thoughts always returned to the green-haired boy behind the counter. That meal was amazing. It's not fair. Are you just here to make things difficult for me? Ochako dared to glance at him again. Her eyes went wide. No, 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 no. No, please no. Hey guys, don't forget to leave room for dessert. He was cheerily kneading something on the counter. My mom gave me this great mochi recipe, and I'm making enough for each of you. That's not fair. Ochako tried to keep her mouth from watering. Maybe his mochi won't be as good as his soba? Izuku's plan had been a resounding success. He grinned at the satisfied looks of his classmates. While everyone seemed to appreciate the meal, he had gained a few pieces of unexpected information. Firstly, Ishido had seemed thrilled with his soba. Was it the okra? She had seemed to shiver as she ate it. He made a note to cook something with it in the future to test his hypothesis. He smiled and looked over to her, noting to himself how enjoyable it was to see her so pleased. That shirt is really low-cut and loose. She's clearly very confident and comfortable with her body. I can see why, too. She's pretty, gifted. Izuku quickly moved on before he blushed as green as the okra. Uraraka had a very peculiar reaction to the food. He had hoped to impress her, but she acted almost resigned. She seemed to like the food. She had come back for seconds on the soba and she ate more of the mochi than anyone else but Satu, so that probably wasn't it. She looked almost defeated? Weird. I liked watching her walk away from the counter a bunch, though. Izuku grew a single claw and jabbed himself hard in the leg. Get your mind out of the gutter, Izuku. Ishido and Uraraka are beautiful women, yes, but they're way out of your league. Just calm down and focus. He sighed. Focus, right? Okay. The most surprising development of the night was his first interaction with Todoroki. Shudo, he learned, was stunted when it came to socializing. He seemed to almost lack emotion, and was quite blunt and tactless when he did speak. Endeavor always gave me the creeps. Maybe being around him that much affects you. The kicker, however, was how Todoroki had reacted to his meal. He ate more of the soba than anyone else, and even fought Ishido for the last bowl. That was something he could use. His mother always taught him that someone's favorite food was a quick way into their heart. Speaking of Ishido, the girl had come and offered to help him do the dishes after the meal. He wasn't one to turn down help, especially when it came from a girl like her. He was surprised that he didn't turn into a stuttering mess with her, but perhaps it was because of everything else that was on his mind. Horn buddies, right? Her wide, cheerful grin rivaled his own. Yep, it's the least I could do after you made such an amazing meal. Where did you learn to cook like that? Izuku chuckled as he scrubbed a plate. My mom taught me. We spent a lot of time cooking together while I was growing up. He smiled fondly as he reminisced. Ah, she seems like a nice lady. She is. Maybe you can meet her one day. He was too distracted with his memories to realize what he was saying. You sure move fast, huh? Ishido winked at him as she giggled, which caused him to sputter and begin to apologize profusely. Calm down, dude. I was just teasing. His flustered state only caused her to giggle harder. In his panic, he accidentally ran the plate he was cleaning under the running sink in a way that sprayed both of the students with water. Izuku caught the worst of it, nearly soaking his entire shirt through. Ishido caught some of the spray, leaving a large splotch right on the front of her white shirt. They stood there for a few seconds in shock before they both started laughing. Izuku glanced over and watched her lose it, doubling over at the sheer nonsense of it all, relishing the moment. It feels good to make her laugh, even if I made a fool of myself. Soon her giggles began to subside, and he noticed she was staring at him, eyes seemingly transfixed on the wet shirt hugging his chest tightly. He blushed a bit, but couldn't stop his own eyes from drifting down to where the water had made her shirt see-through. Oh wow, those are hug dash. A claw formed on his hand again as he mentally slapped himself and physically stabbed himself. Izuku hoped she didn't notice the small trickle of green on his leg. Izuku and Ishido collected themselves and finished the rest of the dishes in a slightly awkward silence. He did his best to keep his eyes from glancing over at the woman next to him, and once they finished, he thanked her and quickly left. He opted to go to bed early that night, partially due to the physical exhaustion from his 2 separate workouts, but more due to the mental and emotional exhaustion of being surrounded by so many new and confusing people. He collapsed in his bed and fell asleep quickly, despite his excitement for class beginning the next day. In some deep part of his brain, he was thankful that his sleep was dreamless. He didn't trust his mind right now. Hopefully, class would prove to be a good distraction from the 2 other distractions in his life right now. He woke up at daybreak, and for the first time in a while, he and Katsuki didn't work out. They had no idea what UA had in store for them, so they wanted to conserve their energy. Instead, he used his extra time to write in his notebook about the hero news from the previous day. Before he could finish up, he heard a knock at his door. "Hey, third place, you up?" Izuku sighed and opened the door. "Morning, Kaken." Lips made breakfast. "You're the only one not down already, you sleep in? Slacking off already?" "Satu?" And, no, I was just catching up in my notebook. Haven't had as much time the past 2 days. Katsuki nodded a bit, then turned away. "Hurry the hell up or I'm eating your plate." Izuku shut his door and quickly changed out of his pajamas and into his new school uniform. He gazed at it for a while before he put it on, still not believing entirely that he was finally at UA. His uniform fit a bit snugly for his tastes. Maybe I bulked up a bit since I took my measurements? He straightened his tie and headed downstairs. Katsuki had spoken the truth. The other 19 students were already eating. He quickly made his way over to the kitchen area and grabbed the plate that Satu had left out for him. He was so hungry that he took a bite before he even went to go sit down. It was heavenly. "Satu, I didn't know you could cook." Izuku resisted cramming more pancake into his mouth before he spoke. "Sure. I have a lot of practice because of how my quirk works." Satu gave him a thumbs up. "You like it? I'm usually better at desserts than more traditional meals, so I figured pancakes would be a good one to start with." "Like it? It's great." Izuku's willpower failed and he crammed another fluffy bite into his mouth and swallowed quickly. "I'm actually the opposite. I struggle with desserts and sweets. Maybe we could help each other out." It was never too early to play the game. Satu nodded. "Yeah, sounds like a plan. Thanks, Midoriya." Izuku sat down at one of the tables with some of the other students, including Kirishima and Ishido. They were apparently talking about their quirks, as he caught the end of Ishido cheerfully explaining that she can secrete acid. Whoa, really? Izuku loved talking about quirks, and it was an added bonus that people usually like talking about their own quirks, too. They especially liked it when he talked about how cool they were. "That's a great power. Can you control the potency?" "Yep." She was grinning widely at his interest, just as he suspected. "I can control the strength, viscosity, and more." Her eyes narrowed slightly, staring at his head. "But hey, what about you? You haven't told me anything about you. What's with your horns? Do they have something to do with your quirk?" "I bet they do." Izuku was taken aback by the sudden change of subject and her intensity, but he quickly recovered. "Do yours?" He deflected, not ready to reveal his quirk and heritage yet. "Well, no, bu dash. Class begins in 15 minutes. Ida was standing at his seat, hand outstretched in a chopping motion. "We should all make our way to the classroom." Izuku was grateful for this distraction and took it as an opportunity to throw the rest of his breakfast down his throat and start walking to class, leaving Ishido's questions unanswered. Izuku was over the moon. He was actually sitting in a classroom at UA, about to meet his homeroom teacher. He had dreamed about this moment for years, and it was finally here. He was almost vibrating in his seat behind Katsuki. His friend found this irritating, judging from his glare, but Izuku didn't care at the moment. The door opened and the girls entered. They had left a bit later than everyone else, and had apparently already started moving together as a group. Izuku wasn't surprised. It was always easier to socialize with people you had more in common with when you first met each other. He watched as the girls took a look at the seating chart on the board at the front of the class and split up to their seats. Izuku almost chuckled at the seemingly floating uniform of Hagakure as she sat down in front of Katsuki. He would get used to it, but for now it was an amusing novelty. Yaoyorozu gave him a polite nod as she passed behind him to sit down. Mineta was between him and her, and Izuku felt himself tense up at the strange noise he made when Yaoyorozu passed by him. Jairu took a seat just ahead and to the right of Midoriya. Tsunatori sat at the front of the row to her right. Kirishima sat 2 rows at Izuku's left, while the other 3 girls all had seats on the far right row. Izuku's mind froze a bit as he glanced over them. In addition to the normal school uniform, Uraraka was wearing black leggings under her skirt. Izuku could only stare. Those legs. I think Yue might actually kill me. After a while, Izuku noticed that she was staring at him too. And so was Ida. And so was everyone. Katsuki hit him upside the head. "Wake up, idiot!" Izuku looked around in panic and noticed a scruffy-looking man wearing a long gray scarf standing at the front of the room. He was staring expectantly at Izuku. "Thank you for finally joining us, Midoriya." The man glared at him, voice sarcastic and bored. Apparently, Izuku had been staring for a long time. "As I was saying, my name is Shoyuta Aizawa. Your teacher." Izuku tried to will the green blush away from his cheeks as the rest of the class finally stopped staring at him. "Our teacher." Izuku's mind began to race. "Then he's a pro hero. I don't recognize him. Maybe he's underground? Strange for him to be working at UA if that's the case." The man didn't wait for the murmuring to die down before he pulled out a blue and white gym uniform. "We're wasting time. Go down to the changing rooms, put these on and meet me outside. You have 5 minutes." Uraraka raised her hand in protest. "But what about Orion Dash?" "A waste of time." Aizawa cut her off and left without another word. After a desperate scramble, the class made it outside with seconds to spare. Aizawa was standing in front of them, holding a small electronic device. "Here at UA, I am free to run my class as I see fit. I have 4 years to teach you how to become the heroes of our future, which means we don't have any time to waste on pointless ceremonies and traditions." Aizawa turned to Uraraka. "Uraraka, you got first place on the entrance practical." The girl tensed up slightly at the attention. "What was your farthest softball throw in high school?" I think it was about 72 meters, sir." She seemed uncomfortable being singled out. "The Ministry of Education is still pretending that we are all born equal, instead of letting those who are capable excel. If I am going to properly teach you, I need to know where you stand right now. A series of 8 physical challenges will give me a good baseline so I know each of your potentials. Since the previous results you have are without your quirks, they are useless." He turned back to the girl. "Throw the ball as far as you can, using your quirk." He tossed the ball to her. She caught it with both hands. Are you sure?" "You're wasting my time. Step into the circle and take your throw." He sounded bored, but thanks to his scarf, nobody saw the smirk on his face. He knew what she was going to do. Only a fool of a teacher wouldn't read their forms and watch their performances at the entrance exam. Uraraka walked up to the circle and turned back again, still unsure. Seeing Aizawa's dispassionate expression, she looked back to the ball. She had been holding it with her pinky off, but let the finger touch. A small flash of pink light accompanied that familiar feeling of the weight moving through her body. Once she felt it was at an appropriate weight, she simply opened her hand. The ball shot skyward, being pushed up by the now denser air surrounding it. The class all gasped as the ball kept floating higher and leaving their vision. Aizawa turned to the rest of the class and held up the device, which read, infinity. This caused further shouts and exclamations from the rest of the class. Wow! Ashido was standing next to Midoriya, staring in awe at Uraraka's feat. Yeah. Midoriya had seen her in action before, but it was still incredible. They looked at each other in surprise, hearing the fondness in each other's voices. A slight lilac blush lit up Ashido's face as she smiled. Midoriya's green blush was more intense, and his smile was a little shakier. Ashido blinked in surprise. He blushes green? She blushes blue? I am here to teach those who have the potential how to be a hero. Aizawa's eyes grew a crazed look in them. I will be scoring and ranking each of your performances in the 8 tests. I will declare the student with the lowest score to have no potential and expel them on the spot. His sick grin appeared over his scarf. You all made it into UA, but you still need to prove to me that you belong here. Aizawa outlined the 8 events in order. A 50-meter dash, a grip strength test, a standing long jump, repeated side steps, the softball throw, sit-ups, sitting toe touch, and a long-distance run. The first event would be in pairs. Just by luck, Bakugo was paired up with Midoriya to go first. You gonna hold back with all these extras around? Or are you gonna actually try and beat me? Bakugo sneered as he spoke, challenging his friend. Midoriya sighed, preparing himself. No point hiding it anymore, I guess. He reached up and began to pull his shirt off. Wouldn't want to give you too much of a handicap, Dandy. He wished he could have kept the secret for a little longer, but there was no helping it. Midoriya, what are you doing? Aizawa knew full well what he was doing, but he wanted to hear how the boy would respond. Oh, I just don't want to destroy school property needlessly, sir. Midoriya had frozen mid-shirt removal and responded with a slight bow of his head. Aizawa shrugged. That answer was good enough for him. Carry on. Midoriya finished taking off his shirt and tossed it on the ground behind him, eliciting murmurs from the rest of the class watching. He turned half towards the students as he rotated and flexed his arms and shoulders, limbering himself up. Hey, Ashido! He called back to the girl who was staring at him, eyes wide. Remember when you asked me why Stormclaw was my favorite hero? She nodded slowly. Yeah. Well, you see. Midoriya's eyes began to glow slightly as scales formed across his shoulder blades. His wings sprouted out of his back shortly afterwards, quickly growing to their full size. The class gasped again as they unfurled. Midoriya grinned wide with pride. He's my dad.